All right, welcome. Thanks for joining us for the Wayward session 43.
Woo!
All right, so Lucas, more enthusiasm, okay? I need you
I'm sorry.
today. I need you
I'm
today.
so sorry.
No, you're good. So what happened on session 42? Well, we decided to go into a manor, and well, House Farron, their one of their summer homes now. At least it used to be their primary manor after they helped form this town and the actual fort, or the keep, I should say. And from there, you met a master servant, Ralph. Master servant Ralph took you into the library of this smallish, I would say smaller manor than you would find in like Beelder or even Lathan in terms of these houses in the States. From there, you went through the library, had numerous amounts of books about Sular and Talthars, particularly on things that a noble would have, history books or royal line type stuff. And there is some a little bit of light reading things that you can kind of get into, but it was primarily removed of other contents that you'd imagine that they would bring to their estate, right? So this library mainly had stuff that they just left behind for maybe tutors or education from some of their descends down the line to actually stay here and learn if they wanted to maybe get them out of Beholder, get them focused a little bit more, or something along those lines. So you all continue to press. Hey, are there books missing? What's going on? Lighting the candle. Right? Is there a secret passage? And sure enough, you went into the next room, which happened to be the game room, which had a numerous amount of seating areas and things that also serves as auxiliary to the library. And from there, you found it was somewhat to a hunting lodge trophy in the way the mantles and things were, very bestial in that way. You made way to the bear atop of the one of the fireplaces in the mantle, observing that there's something off about it. You revealed a secret staircase that descended down into the from the actual fireplace itself inside of it, and that wrapped around into a lair or a temple or a dungeon. Now you know it as a temple, right? A sacred place to a particular group of people, which were spoken about in some of the books as the Ulfarim, which became known as the cursed blood in a way. Now, from there, we had some serious crazy shit happen. You had these temple guardians, which were essentially creations of blood. You had stickiness of blood within the walls and the floors and the runes. The temple was alive and it actually grabbed on to one of you and was like actually like absorbing you into the wall. You had to be pulled off of it, or misty step, I should say, kind of away in terms of what you were attempting to do, right? So there's multiple things you tried. And we had the master servant Ralph. They showed up, kind of sneaking behind. They were able to put a stop to the temple guardians, and from there, the temple guardians, in their own sort of control and this like power dynamic that was happening between them, it almost turned out to be that the temple guardians were almost like ushering you now as Corvos, an actual deity, was now calling for you after you stepped foot into this temple. Everything was happening in real time. It was like bam to bam to bam. So you stepped into the blood of the pool, sacred pool, stepped in, and that's when you all drowned in blood, literally, except for Felix. Because Felix wanted to have a good time, relax, waiting for the Lord Down Floor and the troop of soldiers that would soon come. And they felt, hey, you know what? We could take it easy, just relax. But all the rest of you wanted to get into the shit. And so you did. You ended up in a domain of Corvos, a place of Corvos, somewhere not where you were before. And Corvos was a character. Corvos is the god of blood. They are also referred to as the Forsaken. There's these titles they're provided. And they explain that they are what created the Ufarim. They are like, the Ulfarim are like their children. And they seem to be some shepherd of humanoids just in general, noting the Ulfarim as protectors. They are forsaken from the Feywild. The bag of holding is quite distracting. You don't see anything.
He really is.
It's great. I love it. So Corvos, after their a very elaborate demonstration explaining that they were cast out by the Feywild deities, or they're wanting to bring down the congruences and try to actually remove themselves away from influence of the prime material plane after ushering and aiding in the creation of the Feywild itself to save the prime material plane. These are big things, right? They're also overlapping the information we already know. And Corvos bargains with you all. The bargain is actually extremely simple, and it's really giving you information about chosen ones. It's information about what lies within you and why that exists. Right? And some of this information, you're contemplating being like, oh, is it just going to be the same thing we're hearing, whatever? Well, Corvos actually had a little bit of insight that they know more about it than what has been given to you before. A new take, perhaps. And all it was in exchange for was putting an end to what is called the Tinkerer. The Tinkerer being a character or figure, something that experimented on humanoids, putting them together in a form that was of pure evil. And they referenced that the Tinkerer had come through before, thousands of years ago, and now has made its presence known again. So this all is brought into scope of another region, right? This is how it was referenced, was in Ismar. It was kind of making way towards that direction. And so I will elaborate more onto that in terms of when we kind of make our way there in the campaign. But for now, it really is a little bit, we're still percolating with it, so to speak, right? So this will come up again.
Michael,
yeah,
are you on like a exercise ball or something?
I'm standing up.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're just we're like floating from side to side. So I was like...
I'm on a standing desk. Dude, David, if I didn't have a standing desk right now, I'd have blood clots for serious. I played literally David's game at 7 o'clock this morning. I played till 10:30, ran a game at 11, ran it till 3, ran this game for 4. I mean, I'm literally, if I had to sit down the whole time, man, I would be dead. So yeah, I bounce it. I'll try to stop, but I'm animated today. Let me tell you, a lot of coffee. Okay.
No, I
wasn't criticizing. I was just asking. Do you, man?
I stand with Michael.
There we go. Lucas stands with me, but there it is. Dance
I'm
with
the pacer.
Okay, a long recap necessary though, and again, ask questions. I can always reference it. No lower posting if I didn't have time for that. So, but we're still percolating with information anyways. So when it comes up, I will bring that back. Now, crafting wise, you will see that there are things that I've done. This is why I asked you what it is that you wish to do, because I have made those things happen. I've also went through your character sheets, just bringing them across to the kind of new things that we want to see here. Most of you obviously won't see that. So you might find that one of your weapons is silvered. I went ahead and picked what weapon it was that you primarily use. Of course, you can actually just change that if you wish, or you want me to change it to whatever weapon you want silvered. In addition, with all, you should see 40 silver arrows. You should see the spells that you wanted to learn: invisibility, fly, and greater invisibility. Seeming as well is in there. Costas, you have gold, right? So some of you might have gold from your just doing your crafts and things. I've also exchanged Costas. If you look into your inventory, you should see that there is an exchange for the Masterwork. So Masterwork is no longer a thing.
Yeah.
So Masterwork is no longer a metal in this game. I went ahead because it just seems kind of weird to copy it over. Same stats as Darksteel, really, in terms of armor. And so I went ahead and transferred the ingots that would be capable. And so now you have 2 Darksteel, which means you can make 2 items, weapon or armor, of Darksteel, which is the equivalent of the ingots you have. And it doesn't matter what they are, 2-handed, single-handed, full plate, doesn't matter. 2 weapons or armor with those precursors. So that's a little bit of a change to benefit you and things like that. Now, in terms of other things here, you have 4 fine materials from the Dragon of Etherin. You have 4 exquisite materials from the Dragon of Grugash. And I went ahead and used one of those exquisite materials for the enchantment that was applied for a focus of +2, which you should see that in your inventory for the Arcane Focus. That was for Othala. Crafting wise, obviously Dirty Joe got some stuff. And then Istriel, you have proficiency, you have the spells, right, you're working through. And so time proficiencies, I'm just going to ring those off so you can keep note of those in your own journals of your character sheet, or you can make a journal on the top right. There's a little journal thing. You can kind of create your own, which is there to keep track of this stuff. But Israel, 4 days towards proficiency of painters, and you have 16 crafts. Costas, 4 days of smiths, and you have 20 crafts. Othala, alchemist, you have only 2 days because you did a lot of spell work, and then you have 9 crafts. Okay, so you can kind of track that for the artisan rank as well as the time to get proficiency in those or expertise. The other change here is we have a different treasury sheet. It's now the group sheet for the new D&D 5e system, and you should see that the platinum and the gold, as well as all the items that you had previously in there, are transitioned over. In addition, you should see that the potion of healings have been changed to the new potion of healings with FR, which I've been told French. FR means French. I actually said FR for freshness, but okay, here nor there. The other group was making French accents. They were really giving me a lot of shit for it, and I gotta agree with them. That was a mistake on my part. The Champier berries are there. There's a quantity of 150. You should see in the Giants of Bonsag, there's actually a way to turn those berries into poison, which is the paralysis. Essentially, I changed the name of Silvorg to Jampier. That was done because I had 2 different items which had very similar things in 2 different regions, so they just made them one same item. Made a lot more sense because they did the same things. So, all right, that's it. That's all I got. Is everyone good?
That's about right. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, awesome. All right, so we transitioned the day here. We are on the 5th of Aerith at 7:30 in the morning. I'm actually going to get us off this map here. This is in the middle of the week. And so we're actually going to be fast tracking a little bit here in terms of the downtime. This is what we did last session. Make it so for those who don't want to craft, we can kind of get going. So we are waiting for Lorethalon Falor and the soldiers to arrive. We were told that we would get a note, perhaps, of the arrival of Lorethalon Falor and the loot that we were going to be provided. So, with that said, the note comes for the loot, and that is going to be reward given there. Pickup 15 plus 10k, so 25,000 gold pieces in total. So you're able to get that during the week. I'll let you all decide what you want to do there. If you want to put it all into the treasury sheet, or you can divide it amongst yourselves. So 25,000 GP. We can also say that is it's also converted maybe to platinum. It makes it a little bit easier. But it's up to all of you in terms of how you want to equally. If you want to equally share that, you just want to throw it into the treasury sheet, all good there. But that is picked up in the week. And then on the 5th, 2 days prior, the note comes by messenger from Commander Rimar Luna that the banner of Falor is on the march. And they will arrive here in 2 days. Noting that probably doesn't take that much time if you're working on your own self. But remember, this is an entire banner of a lord with soldiers and paladins, supplies, horses, the whole shebang. So it takes them a little bit to get here. So we're doing all these activities. We're getting to this point. Now it's early hours in the morning, and this is when that activity starts to happen. So that activity starts to happen outside of the tavern. We're going to go ahead. I'm going to create some sound effects. We'll just kind of say you're upstairs, perhaps in your rooms, or the crowd noises and the things outside. We'll go ahead and make a small crowd here. Do some horse traffic, park traffic. Right.
What's the treasury looking like?
So it's a chat.
Yeah, the treasury doesn't have very much gold, so I'm fine with giving it a bigger share.
Yeah. So if we split it evenly amongst us and then give a share to the treasury, it's 3,500 apiece and 4,000 to the treasury.
Yeah, it's a
Okay.
pretty
Yep.
even. Yeah, it seems like the pretty neat way to split it.
That's fine for me.
Can
Okay.
somebody add it to the treasury? Baby in my hand.
Yeah.
I got it.
So we're currently still waiting for the Lord, or we received a notice to that as well?
So the notice has come 2 days prior that they will be arriving in the morning, early hours in the morning of the 5th of Aerith. They're going to stop here for only about an hour or so before they continue their march. They're going to seek an audience, making a camp on the crossroads, a large encampment on the road, and then the Lorthound Falor, as well as their nobility, the court that goes along with them, and some of their most trusted paladins will be making way to the People's Palace for audience with the king. Only for a brief stint as well, a half-day event, most likely a small tournament of sorts in the People's Palace grounds, before the Lord will be making way towards the south. So there's very kind of checkpoints, almost like a presidential, right, kind of thing. Oh, you can stop here, stop there, right, sort of thing. And so they need to hit a certain amount of areas on their way down, and they have to they have to get there at a certain point as well. And so they have to limit their stays. This is just one stay here, and this is to speak to the commander Remar Luna. Given that Fort Farron is under the banner of Lord Thalfalor, this is territory that is controlled by that lord. It's under their jurisdiction. And so they need to give them the names of the people that are going to be in charge up at Othema, as well as giving them an understanding of supplies and the things that they're called to aid if they're attacked. So this is just kind of a stop to tell them that. Then they're going to kind of continue to get going. So you have this drum tone, there's horse traffic, there's all these things happening on the outside of your windows. You're upstairs in your rooms, you stare out of your windows, and you're just seeing just streams of people just making way. On horses, they ride. Cassus, you immediately recognize that these are the banner of Valor. They have the perched silver griffin at the backdrop of that soft kind of wine-colored tabard and banner, right? And they're holding it up on poles of their halberds or other sorts of instruments and things. Some which are smaller, others are larger. There's kind of a drum tone coming through as well from notable drummers and things, just kind of keeping pace with the march as they go through. So note why the drums are played, right? It's this massive amount of people as they make their way through a populated area, even as not as dense as this. They have to kind of keep pace as they're working through, right? And so the entire length of them, as you're looking, you start with soldiers up front, particularly soldiers of less rank, riddled with their sergeants or lieutenants kind of streamed through the regiments that they control. They have patches, different emblems upon their pauldrons, as well as their shields, perhaps. Some of them ride horses through these regiments. They're actually mounted regiments. Then behind those, they have wagons and caravans and carts littered with their own supplies as a regiment as they're making their way through. They're covered, and you can see that some of them have siege weaponry kind of packed within. Maybe ballistas or small mangonels that they have constructed that they're going to set up and establish. Tools as well. It's a trade now. Shop individuals who have almost like mobile forges and other things that they're kind of working through as well, with donkeys and mules. They're actually just regular citizens, not wearing any sort of banner or tabards or surcoats. So now actually people coming onto the road to march. So after that point, as those individuals are making way through, then you're getting to others that are of higher ranking officials. Paladins. Paladins walk through. They have nobility, so they're going to have squires. They're going to have their own soldiers of their own house. Then they're going to have their own supplies, right? And so we're kind of seeing a little bit of similar now, but more regal and more space, just slightly. People are coming out of their houses. They're offering goods to the soldiers. They come out of the houses. They have fresh baked breads, pies, these other things. They're just kind of handing them over to them. The soldiers are gladly taking them, and they're giving them a prayer from Paylor, giving them good graces to thank them for what they're doing. Now, at the tavern, you hear individuals coming in to the tavern and then out of the tavern. from underneath. The doors kind of swing open, and you almost hear the laughter of Yadir. Perhaps Yadir is giving him things, maybe not, right? Who knows what Yadir is doing down there? And you're kind of upstairs. And at this point, you're free to do what it is you will, because this is just going to continue to happen. This is a long amount of people. Hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds. And this is going to be many, a minute, maybe up to an hour to 2 hours for this intentional thing just to even park itself, let alone go through. So now you're left in your rooms for decide what you want to do next. We're going to go ahead and transition over to... we will transition over to the tavern map here. Just wanted to pull us away because I have to set it up just slightly, showcasing some of the soldiers that are kind of coming in and kind of going out, just to populate it slightly. And then I'm going to have your tokens just in a little bit of a position near the staircase as you're coming down. I removed Dirty Joe. Obviously, they're not here with us in terms of player, but they are here with us as their character.
At some point, if we were like overwatching, perception start to come in, I would find Thea.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, Thea, do you think Cass's mom has come?
There are windows in our rooms, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, I'm kind of standing by a window, not like in full view of it, but like off to the side. I'm watching every single person that comes in through this procession, because I'm looking for familiar faces.
Mm-hmm.
So have I seen Costas's mom yet?
You have not.
There's a possibility she's here, but I haven't seen her yet.
Well, I think I need to get a new outfit. What do you think?
If you think you need a new one.
I mean, do I look at how I am? Kind of like try to cast the best view of light.
How good do his clothes look after all the dragon slaying and acid stuff we've been through?
I'd give it a solid 4 to 10.
Yeah,
Yeah, it might need a tailor.
if you want to look flashier, then new clothes, for sure.
All right. Always get some new digs. Thank you. I'm off to do that. And Felix will take his fingers and lick the tips of them to smooth out his eyebrows. Then head out to find new clothes.
Oh no.
Yeah, no, I take a moment to watch him leave, and then I go back to looking out the window and seeing if I see any familiar faces.
Continue to stare out the window. Go ahead and make a intelligence check for me.
Nope.
Nice roll, first roll of the day. Gotta love it. Natural 1. Gotta get those out now. Might as well. So you get the
I rolled
natural
7
1
of those
throwing
last
through.
night.
You get the rain. You're having to bulb the window over and over again. You're trying to look. Even with the natural 1, you're paying attention to now the nobility, right, that's passing through. They have their own independent banners as well as the houses. Obviously, House Morning Light is a very prominent and noble house in the holy city of Wathema, and under the banner of Lord Balflor currently. You don't see that banner, and you would assume that they most likely would either be the first or the last. You have yet to see.
Mhm.
They're still moving through them.
Okay, I'll just keep looking. And I'll do that for as long as it takes for everybody to shuffle in.
Okay?
Could I go down to the bar area and see if there's anyone I recognize, possibly?
Okay. So you go down to the bar area, the tavern underneath. You see that there are multiple soldiers here that are accompanying some of the paladins. Now the paladins are filling in. They're all wearing the surcoat of lore, and they have some of their house kind of parking outside very briefly. Their horses kind of held by squires. Lots of chaos is happening as you're passing in and out. Trying to do the best you can to see. Go ahead and make an intelligence check as well. 18. So as you're looking from left to right, one of the paladins strikes your fancy. This particular one here, their individual name is referred to as Quincy.
Okay, do I know how I know them or just their name?
1 second. Changing their name. Okay, their name is Lord Quincy Ogden. As they're making and working through. They are a house lord, I should say. Let me see. Choose the house. And I'll probably call him a sir for this, so it's not too long. But technically, they're a house lord for their house. They're not a lord of the land, particularly, I suppose. They're a house lord, maybe on the title of sir, technically a lord of the house. So, Costas, you know Sir Quincy Ogden. Sir Quincy Ogden is relatively to your age and has tutelage and studied at the lists. You actually fought together and sparred at a noble town. House Ogden is a younger house, albeit, but they have done well. And you know that their particular father has actually worked with your mother in terms of war, so most likely served in that manner.
Okay. Is he okay with me just calling him Quincy, or should I go by title?
I think Quincy's just fine.
Okay.
Fine, probably that.
Yes, excuse me. Hey, Quincy.
Hey, what's up? Oh, look at you, Costas. Hits you to the shoulder. Hey, imagine to find you here.
Yeah, it's been a while.
See his human with greenish blue eyes, soft brown hair flows not purple but blondish at the tips. As it does, it has a slight wave and then shaved off on one side. They're a shorter frame, 5'7", and they stand though with burly shoulders and quite a muscular kind of plate armor and other things, kind of pushing themselves outwards. These paladins, particularly one under the banner of Falor, they fight with great swords. They don't actually use shields. So they have a great sword with some gems and jewels, like gold accents currently sheathed in the back. They have a cape also flowing down, right, with over that tabard, kind of coming through here, clipping on with gold accents and flowing. So tell me, Costas, the rumor's true?
There are probably quite a few rumors. You might need to clarify a little bit.
Well, you're some hero? Is that what I heard?
Well, helped beat a horde of undead. Went into the marshes of unveiling. Did actually now it's probably multiple hordes of undead at this point. Yeah, so yeah. Hero is probably accurate.
Told you. I would get a drink with you, but we're kind of on the road right now. Can't really do that. But for old time's sake, you want to get around?
I think I might be having a meeting with someone soon, so that might not be.
Who are you meeting with?
I don't know if I'll be seeing my mom anytime soon. And,
Your mom?
you know, first meeting in a while, if I'm drunk out of my mind, might not be the best impression. Anyway, just
Your mom's
just
not with
something
us.
she's not?
No.
Really?
Man, gosh, you're really far away from civilization.
Well, I mean, you know,
envoy has an envoy from your house reached out to you?
I've been in a swamp fighting undead for the last 2 weeks.
Oh, that might make sense. Interesting. Well, maybe your mom didn't want to bother you or something. Let you go out on your own.
I don't
Big
even know
hero
if she
and
knew
all.
where I was. But again, I mean, it might be inaccurate, but it feels this. Just don't call me that. That's.
I gotcha. Well, listen, I'll make it short. Obviously, you know, if you got a meeting and all that. So, your mother, Lady, the bloodied, right? Title, bloodied. Yeah, I think so. So Lord Downfalor has put her as steward of the Frosthorn.
Oh. Good for her. Or I
Well-
don't know. Maybe she was looking forward to combat.
Good for you. It was all because of you.
Because of me.
Well, the information, the help. Lord Downfalor thought it was necessary to put a notable figure that was powerful in the divine at the helm of the seat of the keep. Darla fit quite well.
Well, I'll have to congratulate her next time I know Thema.
Oh, you're gonna have to
Or,
make your way up there for sure. I'm sure.
Yeah.
Well, again, I'm so surprised Envoy hasn't reached out to you. You know what this means, right?
That means a lot.
You're eligible to be House Lord. Your mother's put up for steward. Your father's not. You are, though. You can make a claim.
I could, eh?
You could. I'm House Lord now. Father, Timbert. Decided to step down. Too old, I suppose.
How much, like, is it a lot of work? What's...
Well, I gotta march to war. One thing. My father was going to, but by stepping down, placing me, they were able to retire. Their fighting days are over. They blew out their knee fighting with your mom.
Thanks. Well,
I know this is like some big news for you. I hate to hit you with that and then leave, but you know,
yeah, it's like
a
a dwarven hammer to the chest.
I know, I know, but it's really a good thing. I mean, you don't really want your mom marching down there. People are getting killed.
I'm more worried about the dragons than her, trust me.
I trust you. I believe you. A lot of people are being slain. Marians are trying to heal. Clerics of Palor are trying to revive. It's a bloody mess.
One last piece of advice. Just saying, do you have any ethical qualms with halfling grain?
You know what that is?
You don't. Perfect.
No.
Try the tea if you're in for a fun time.
Well, I mean, I was only gonna stop for a round with you, but I have to go. My squire has my horse, and I have to get back on the road. Can't exactly camp out in the town.
Okay.
We're aimed to camp out on the south side of Farron River, awaiting for the Lord to march ahead, and then we will continue.
Well, then may Paylor guide you, Quincy.
May Palor's light shit upon you.
And I just walk out the door of the tavern. That's...
Okay.
We don't have to roleplay it out. I just want to find the nicest looking clothes I can in Fort Farron and pay a premium for it.
Okay. Well, actually, you're slightly in luck. There's more traders in the actual town square, noting that the banner of Falor was on the march, and a lot of those vendors are kind of pushing their way to the main road where the banner is kind of marching through. And so you're able to find pretty good deals on some nice clothes. Able to get fine clothes if you wish for a discounted price of only 6 gold pieces. And they're made of nice silk. Looks to be higher on the thread count, different variety of colors. And some of them actually have little spots that they're having mirrors set up and everything for more of the people, people are going to stop really quickly, get measurements. They can tailor some things very quickly to kind of bring it in, chest, maybe a little bit more elegant.
Felix doesn't ever wear anything off the rack, so definitely get it tailored and a nice embroidered, elegant red feather, like a phoenix feather or something if they got it.
Okay. Go ahead and just drag in the fine clothes item into your inventory here. They're able to put in the phoenix feather for you. Obviously, you bring it in, make it nice according to what your specifications are. And again, really only for that 7 gold piece price.
I will give him a tip of an extra 3 gold and pay 10 gold for it.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. Thank you very much for your service. purchase and everything.
I'd also ask that person if they could point me towards cologne, if there's any market.
Perfume and things. They begin to pass you down the trader line, almost like a row built at this point. You are able to find a vendor that is selling perfumes, as well as other small trinkets of personal possessions, love notes, things that they might want to send back home. And it's unclear if they really will send those back home, but some of the others are buying flowers and things and telling them to send it back to their wives or their partners, right, husbands and things, and they're kind of giving that back and of giving coin away. They have a different variety of colognes, different scents.
I would like to purchase the best smelling masculine cologne that they have, a perfume. I don't know.
Okay. The most expensive one or just the best one that you smell?
Whoever smells the best.
Okay. So whatever smells the best, it has this nice little elvish scent to it. Kind of catches your whim through some of the traders and travelers that you have experience with your backstory, passing through in the Athrena region on their road to the north side of the Great Lake. Some of these traders and things spring has a little bit of a pine scent to it, the elvish have. Let me sell it to you a price of roughly 4 gold pieces.
I'll take it. Lastly, I would like a spyglass.
Okay, spyglass. Well, that actually is a little bit hard to find, but the actual general store will have a spyglass for you. The general store is going to have that. They're able to sell it to some of the soldiers at guard that might need it for their postings on the wall, particularly of the lieutenants and sergeants for the actual keep itself. So you're able to find that from the general store. That price is pretty hefty in terms of cost. The price of a spyglass is 300 gold.
I'll take it.
Okay. All right, dragging that into inventory. Just going to change the name of some of these SRD items as well as the cost of them to reflect the costing that's in this world. The spyglasses are more common than, I think they sell SRDs 1,000, right? So they're more common in this world than they are in locations. All right. Dragged in. You can always make note of certain things in the description of those items as well to elaborate them a little more. So Felix, you're out shopping. You're seeing individuals and kind of getting the vibe, right? You're having to dodge and duck and weave a little bit, but they are respectful. This is not a war party moving through, destroying the roads. So they're stopping very slightly for you to kind of pass by, and then they'll continue. And there are certain actual squires or soldiers, right, at the crossroads, and they're kind of stopping traffic a little bit and then letting others kind of come through. Costas, where are you're headed? Are you just going in the direction of the keep, or are you just rambling around?
I was gonna look around a bit. One thing I want to check, since I've kind of been inspired by Felix, is does my mithril armor look kind of up to snuff? Because I did make it in a rush. Is it purely functional, or does it have like a little bit of flair to it?
I would say it's purely functional. You definitely were in a push to go and aid your friends on, you did this to yourself. So you were rushed to really kind of, you can put some more accent pieces into it, go to the, if you really want to do that. But it has a nice shine to it. Mithril is a very beautiful metal already, and that is reflected just in the metal.
So I was wondering, could I just maybe again, I want to keep it kind of simplistic since it is adventuring gear, and I don't want to have my house. It's kind of meant for stealth missions too. Eventually, I'm going to swap it out for something else and only use it on stealth missions. So it doesn't make sense to put my house symbol on it or anything. But maybe a little bit of a little maker's mark on the back, maybe a few stylistic elements just to make it look like I just.
I'm gonna pause you. I'm gonna pause you right there. You have so Felix is doing something that's quite quick, going around pop pop pop. You're gonna be doing something that's a little bit longer. Remember, the Lord Down Falor is only here for an hour, okay? Before they're gonna have to march ahead of the banner and go. So if you're gonna be meeting with Lord Down Falor at the keep, now's the time. If you're gonna make some slight stops on the way, which is what I'm interpreting Felix is doing, right? Hitting the row a little bit, then heading to the general store, then heading to the keep, right? That's okay. But if you're gonna be heading to the forge, being I want to inscribe my symbol on here, and those things, that might take a little bit more time, and you might want to wait until after that meeting.
Yeah, you're right. Then yeah, I'm just going to find like a spot where I can kind of get a good view of everything, so I can like see if any of my party members like going anywhere, like just like and just kind of watch the like people like watch the people on parade, like see
Yeah,
what's going on.
follow along, watch people in parade, just like a lot of the commoners are doing. Anybody else doing anything in particular, or heading towards the meeting?
Would have followed up with everyone else since I seen that Felix and Pontus left.
Okay.
I would have gathered everybody else.
Sorry
I
for that.
don't think we should. Well, I know people probably want to buy clothes, but I think this would be easier. And I'm going to cast Seeming on me, Istro, um, Thea, and Joe. Um, and we're all going to have, like, more formal wear rather than our adventuring wear. But they'll still have our armor and everything underneath. So, but we look fancy now.
Gotcha. So Felix went bought clothes, and then now you're too close. I love it.
I would have told him, but he walked out and seemed
Oh, good.
enthusiastic about it.
Adding the accent pieces maybe to the ensemble. We're getting regal now. All right, I like it. I like it. Cool. Good fancy. I love it. All right, anybody else?
I would probably have read everyone's mind also as they were trying to figure out their outfit as I said it, and just had whatever they wanted, honestly.
Okay. All right. So with that done, if everyone has what they're accomplished, I'm going to advance the time clock just a little bit here, and we're now going to be proceeding in the direction of the keep's grounds. So as you're making way there, you notice that now we're getting to some of the other roads. It's not populated really at all, but the bandit wants to shoot through a straight path, impede as little as possible. And now you're passing through towards the barracks, which are on the eastern side of the keep's wall that stands. You can see the crane and the platforms, the scaffolding. They're making good progress rebuilding the wall, working quickly even now, even with the bandit not pausing their work. There's some guard up there. Double wooden door is completely open, and there are lots of carts and wagons that are parked here with canvas coverings of the Lord Thou Falor. This is their particular kind of wagons and stagecoaches, horses, squires, supplies, that sort of thing. The very most individuals they want to keep within their own council. And so there is a population that's quite dense in terms of the parking along these barracks. And there's some Fort Farron soldiers here aiding and kind of getting them kind of parked up a little bit as well, providing some kind of traffic direction. And you pass in through the entry to the keep's grounds. Now activate that map. And then we're going to go ahead and pause some of the traffic of horses. I'm going to keep the crowd noise a little bit, and the drum noise is going to be pretty far into the distance, so we'll turn that down. Now coming into here, the crowd, it'll turn that down just a little bit too. There are notable paladins here, the same token artwork. I'm not going to create different artwork for them or top downs, just going to keep them the same here. They have a variety of different colors associated with their own houses, as well as that of Falor. Now they have goldish silver barding of plate upon their war horses. They have different weaponry along the horses as well. They have armor that they can use with the horses when they're riding mounted. There are other soldiers here holding the actual banner of Falor. The keep entry is completely open, and there are some servants and individuals coming out of that keep outwards and then in. But eventually that traffic really does die down. You notice as you stare up ahead, some of you with a good angle of that, you know that Lord Town Falor, you can see them in that direct line sight with some of you. You can see that Commander Remar Luna, as well as small nobility and council, are kind of discussing things just at the base of the staircase. Lord Town Falor is decked completely out in their armor. They have their sword, great sword at the backside, noted by the gems, crusted and jeweled with the gold, the celestial writing within the fuller. They have their plate armor that's been engraved in gold with the coat coming through of the cape, right? They also now have a little bit of a circlet, like a crown that goes over the head of their beautiful blonde hair, blue eyes, and a fair complexion, cleft chin.
I've been working on these past couple of days, and I'll hand out everybody some things I've been using with my artisan, my Seeker's kit. It's little pins that say WD1.
Okay.
What's it stand for?
Wayward.
Mhm. Very stylish.
Yeah,
I like it.
thought it would be, something be nice, recognizable. Yeah, so we have the mental link still up there. Um, so I'll real quick try to keep our information cohesive. The Lord is trustworthy, but there's a lot of people around him. So try to explain certain things and cost us maybe let a lot of things out. I know who's your Lord, but
Can you repeat that? I didn't really.
I said maybe not let a lot of things out of our adventure. I know he's your Lord, but
Yeah, okay, so just make sure to tell me what's off limits.
yeah, I think we'll be sure to handle that.
We could also just establish a spokesperson.
Yes, I volunteer, Felix.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
do
of
I. I
course.
volunteer, Felix.
Do you think he rejected my ribbon last time? Do you think he'll rather you speak?
I will say though, it is quite possible that the Lord may try to talk to me since he doesn't know me. So in that case, I'm assuming just don't talk about Corvos. Just first up, don't talk about that guy.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And
Probably not.
should I talk about Grugash?
I don't
Mm.
think Grugash is bad. I think
Okay,
Commander
because
knows about Grugash, so I
yeah,
think
because
he's
I know we
fine.
were trying to keep that on the down low, so I just figured I should ask because I figured that was okay, but
No,
yeah,
no,
so
the Lord knows
yeah,
we handled Ethan as well, so it was okay.
basically all I'm thinking as off limits is like time travel and Corvos, right?
Exactly.
Okay, good. Yeah, yeah, seems pretty self-explanatory.
Mhm.
Costas, do they all name their horses?
I don't know. I mean, it's like do you name your dog? It's you spend a lot of time with it. It's an animal that you have a strong relationship with. It's fucking
Hmm.
like I mean, you go into fucking battle with the thing. You think you
Oh, it's true. I've I've seen knights before with their horses. I just was never aware of just how
I
deep
mean,
their
yeah,
relationship was.
I'm sure there are some that don't name them. Like
Hmm.
I know there are some that I've met some that don't name them. I'm sure there are some. I know there are some that do. I don't know exactly how many do and don't. Like maybe I wouldn't be able to. Michael, if I were to guess, how much, like what percentage of knights name their horses for which percentage don't? Like knights, paladins, interchangeably. I don't know.
I would say that a lot of paladins as well as soldiers name their horse. I don't know if you, I don't know if you believe they have the same relationship that you have with Priscilla. I think they treat them as they would treat a good worthy steed that they're willing to ride in on combat.
Mhm.
Priscilla is a different breed.
Yeah, I've raised Priscilla since they were a child, so yeah, basically like literally since the moment they were born. So, but yeah, pretty much most knights or paladins name their horses.
All right. Well, I'm glad I have you with us.
May I ask why you need that question?
Just curiosity. Yeah,
Okay, yeah.
yeah.
Shout. Before we like get through this corridor, before any of the other guards see me, just quickly cast a detect thoughts. Just keep walking.
Okay. So you're coming through some of the fourth Baron soldiers that are at their postings, just having mild conversation amongst themselves. Seeing you a lot, just lower the head downwards, greet you in kind, but not making any vocalization. The voice of Lord Thalfalor is quite not loud, but it is echoing through. The keep itself has been kind of cleared out at this point, so a lot of the servants that are coming going are now out. There are some servants just sweeping up doing their daily tasks for the keep, but those of Lord Thalfalor have kind of cleared out at this point, suggesting that they're getting ready to go. Right, so the servants are going back to the wagons and the sort of stagecoaches and things, getting those ready and saddled and hitch, I should say, to depart. Pass in the nobility of the council that sits at Lord Thalfalor's side that are willing to ride out with him are lesser. They're more scribes. They are note takers, people that are going to take note of Lord Thalfalor's accomplishments. And this is no different than like the knight or sir nobility background with the entourage. And so they kind of have their own little grouping that kind of comes along with them at times. And so that kind of showcases them. Now we have an enhanced ability coming out from Felix. We have Detect Thoughts coming out. So Surface Thoughts, Wyathala. Again, you're just hearing more of the same from the soldiers, talking about some commonplace. Some of the actual paladins in their minds, they're a little bit, how many days in their journey. They're kind of calculating that outwards of how long it's actually going to take to get to the war. And then upon that, they're having a little bit of kind of stoicism, at that final moment of finally getting there and really becoming and serving the righteous Paylor and enacting their divine might against that. And they're very confident is what you're feeling within the thoughts. So Felix, what is your Eagle Splendor on me, Costas, Othal? Oh, so all four. Okay.
Everybody, but I cast it at 5th level, so everybody but Thea.
Okay, I gotcha.
So everybody but Thea has advantage on charisma checks and saving throws.
Gotcha.
Sorry, checks.
Gotcha. So you see Lord Thalfalor talking and motioning around the Commander Remar Luna, just kind of motions. Lord Thalfalor to take a step to the side. Some of the ability kind of clear path. Turning around looking. Lord Thalfalor. Approach.
It's good to see you, by the way.
It is good to see you all as well. Sir Costas, Morninglight, kneel before your lord.
I drop to an A.
I am proud of your accomplishments under my banner, and you bring great pride to your house. I'm not sure if word has reached you, but your mother, Lady Daria the Bloodied, of House Morninglight, has been put as steward of the Frostward. This is... Go ahead.
No, I thank you for this honor upon House Morninglight.
Your righteous glory and your service to Paylor and my banner has been noted. I have spoken with the Empyrean College mages, as well as the Jesticars that came in aid of the undead siege. That was the war of Fort Farron. The battle of Fort Farron. It'll be noted by the scribes in the Great Hall of Theba Keep, the Lore Keep, my keep. for decades to come, told and taught to all of those of the adventurers that stood tall, and of the aid they called help from the Talthars. I pondered who would enact my leadership upon the people of the Frostborn for some time. Your mother's name was always the top of my mind, but their leadership and of their skill and of their divine glory. After
Say
your
would overhear people say under his breath, and mine.
and your service has only brought the name of your mother to the tip of my tongue, and the name spoken becomes steward. I look to you, Sir Cassus Morninglight. I look to you, hopeful, for the time to come. I am sure you are not finished yet with your adventuring trip. But if you do return home, know that the vacancy of your house lord is there. Your father serves in the interim, and your mother splits responsibilities. I have spoken with Commander Remar Luna, and they have rewarded you promptly. From the coffers of House Fairman, and of others they have brought throughout the land. I hope that the reward is suitable.
The commander has been more than generous with us, my lord.
That is good. I am glad. I would like to have a personal account of what has transpired in the marshes of Unveiling. It is of necessity, as I speak, the King Reldor Talthar in the coming days, the People's Palace. What can you tell me of what happened to the Black Dragon? And the undead, are they still a threat?
So I never vocalized this, but I didn't do any crafting or spend much time during downtime.
Mhm.
So could I have made an account for the Lord that is like a report? Because I know he didn't like the thing, something he could take before the king, and account for everything except for the stuff about.
Sorry, you're breaking up just a little bit. If you can, I know you're trying. Sorry, David. It's hard. I know.
Could I have, during downtime, made an account of our adventures in the marshes of Unveiling? So like a written diary.
Okay.
You know, Felix is always writing, but modify it so it doesn't have anything about time travel. In
Time
it.
travel. That's what I thought. Okay.
We're still going to share with the Lord, you know, vocally, but I just wanted to present it as like something he can use on the road to prepare for his meeting with the king.
Sure. Okay. So you offer the diary up. Motions for one of the scribes here to kind of take it from you. Takes it, puts it into a satchel pouch over his short, kind of strapped around. And as you go ahead.
And then I'll gesture to Othella, like maybe our Mr. Costas, maybe one of you could tell him what's going on because I hear a baby screaming over here. I gotta go take care of.
So after Felix gives him the note, I'll also explain. After taking care of the marshes and the vanquishing Grugash, we may have stumbled upon something more darker. Learning, I'm pretty sure in Neil's accounts, they'll be explaining where Grugash we think may have come from, or what is giving Grugash that power, and what was happening to the marshes, this deity. We're concerned, and we're trying to follow through on it. We have more leads leading to another dragon or another part of our mission. We don't know how long will be there. We don't know what's going on, but I feel like your confidence and your tenacity is worthy to know this information. And we're trying to handle these things, but we don't know what's going on with the Mind Viper when they'll strike again. So I heed caution. Uh, if you and all your troops. If I know you didn't want the ribbon last time, but if you like an image or a certain idea of what transpired, I can give that over to you. I don't mind.
I believe you. The Master of Dragons has called upon many an ally, and there are other forces that move against. I have more news to bring. Plots have been made, and even the King Reldor Talthar fears for their very life. Our banner marches delayed by the battle, Fort Farron, the undead siege, so that we may secure Frosthorn from further attacks. You all are the reason that has ended. Now, what you set your eyes on next is up to you. I would suggest to you all, if your quest is to continue to fight back against the evil that plagues this land, that perhaps you set your eyes to Ismar. Clan Gilgal has arisen. They have siege control of the City of Stone. The houses that we have sent to unite more soldiers, and Commander Remar Luna can attest to this. Some of those houses have not received message, and they have not sent aid. The road might be in peril. First is Fort Flatminer and the Gorn Pass. Fort Farron is in charge of sending supplies and soldiers to occupy the fort, and to keep a record of the coming and goings of traders and travelers. But for the past several days, a message was supposed to be received here, and none has come. The history of dwarfs and their clans is of much contest. The Talthars, from Sir Thurn Talthar, the very first ruler, have done well in attempts to unite them under some code, some law. The democratic union was what held them. But now, none. Why Clan Gilgal and their king Gilvor has decided to uprise, I do not know. But dwarven clans have attacked Beelder before, long ago, led by Clan Radal, underneath a guild referred to as Bloodfist. Their ingenuity in engineering is unparalleled. I do not wish for you to wage war against an entire clan. Their soldiers may very well be innocent in this ordeal. You might try to find a way. Strike at the leadership of who pulls the strings, and to take revenge against the Silver Dragon. I've spent time speaking with many of the Clan Aldefist dwarves that made refuge from Thulnir. They speak of the Silver Dragon's decimation of their city. Thulnir does not stand any longer. I fear this has been done to the other dwarven cities as well. Why the Silver Dragon would attack so recklessly and so mercilessly. Mercilessly. That's a word. So this is what I wish for all of you. I wish for you to continue your adventures, to motivate you to fight back the evil. I have given instructions to Lady Daria the Bloodied of House Morninglight, your mother, to provide aid, such as coin, if necessary, so they may support you in your adventures. But you do not need to kneel before any lord or lady or house. You will act as independent regions in this land and others. And I will make note to King Reldor Talthar as such.
Are we under a mental link right now? Should we tell him that we can communicate with the Silver Dragon? No? Jay, you're muted.
I said I'm against that.
Okay. Yeah, because that seems like something that's dangerous to tell him, but at the same time, the Silver Dragon, it seems really cool and I don't want to kill it.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I'm against that. I suggest he's already staying away from that area. They'll send aid if we need it, but that's as far as we should go with that.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay. We'll see how that situation evolves.
um, Lord, one more question. And through the mental link as I asked that, tell Thea, Astro, watch everybody's faces as I ask this. If you heard anything or do you know anything title or name phrasing it as the Tinkerer?
I have not heard that name before.
Do I believe that?
Roll insight.
Anybody else have a reaction to that?
No, everyone's just looking around a little bit confused.
Jeez.
Helping you
Okay.
out so bad with this.
I rolled 7 last night, and now this is 2 in a row.
I'm going to chrono shift that for you.
Hold on, I'm refreshing the page also.
Yeah, maybe you should start rolling some physical dice for the night.
The algorithm is not working.
Physical dice weren't that much better. Hold on. Let me open you. Let's see.
I mean, if 14 is still really high. I mean, so, even though it's a net 1, skill checks and things, we can have some more leniency with just absolute failures. So if you want to get another rollout after a chrono shift, you can.
I mean, I would, and also it's a minimum of an 8, so that's actually a
yeah,
21.
you always
But-
have that min, right? So yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
your insight getting 21, so we can even take that. You can put back the chrono shift if you want. That's fine.
Yeah.
So take the min of 21. Lord Downfalor, as prideful and militarized. They're very a martial type character, training and these other things with their house, Falor. They might have had some education, Society Falthor, even lived in the People's Palace at one point. They are also prone to what is referred to as their world, right? So they are just know what they know. So when you have the insight check and you're rolling through, they're actually kind of thinking to themselves just a little bit of this name, the Tinkerer. And not being a scholar or historian by any means, they answer truthfully with confidence to you. They just don't know the name. The council around, again, these are of nobility. They are scribes. They've been most likely appointed by Lord Downfalor to come along with, but they're also not the mainstream individuals that you would see within the actual the Falor Keep at the throne room and the council to give advice. These are people to have on the road with them to the war. They've left those people back at Flora Keep to help guidance and give aid to Lady Daria, steward of the Frostworld. Commander Remar Luna gives off the insight as well, puzzled and thinking to themselves about that name as well, but they just cannot think of that name, and they as well seem puzzled by it.
Well, thank you. We just heard it in the wind. Wanted to know if anything about it. Probably look it up in the library or something. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I will share over the mental link that I don't think anybody here knows what that means.
We're letting more people out. It's good.
Should we tell them they're a? This is over the mental link. Should we tell them that they are that we heard they're a possible ally of Damodar? At least give them a little context, like not everything, but just like, oh yeah, we heard about this guy. He might be an ally of Damodar. Or like,
Since the information was given to us by a deity we know nothing about, I think we should figure out more information before we
okay.
tell other people.
Yeah. I just figure.
I understand where you're coming from, Costas. But if we spook them and the wrong person hears about it, then that's a good way to hide any information from us, then gather it. So right now it's just safer for us to know and them not.
Yeah. Just feels bad to hide stuff from him, considering how nice he's been to us.
We're not necessarily hiding, we're just gathering more intelligence.
Yeah.
So,
You don't want to
As
give
you're-
mass information.
as you're having this conversation in the mental link, Lord Thalfalor looks back to the Commander in Balloon. They mutter some words. The scribes are talking. There's definitely time. There's still time passing by with your heads. Istriel, your short sword starts to ring.
We'll immediately over the mental link just tell everyone to something's going on. Be on guard.
Does that mean?
It doesn't mean.
So, as you're standing there talking to Lord Thalfalor, and as soon as the ring of the blade starts, you send out the mental link. Be at the ready. Warn your companions. And in that moment, figures teleport into the space around the keep. Inside, black robes and plague doctor-like masks, holding purplish staffs with blue orbs set in the pedestals of those staffs. The plague doctor-like masks extend black, with circular eye slots for their eyes. As they step through, they hold out their hands with black gloves, and they prepare to cast magic. Two other figures appear just at the backside. Turning their attention, one throws a spell in the direction of the space of the door of the entry. As they throw the spell outwards, a shimmering effect of a blocked barrier begins to form, cresting itself through, feeding exit, passage. They begin to turn their focus and attention to you lot. Lord Thalfalor, unaware, as you vocalize this through the mental link. The rest of you are not surprised. I need everyone to roll initiatives.
Great.
Well, the important thing is that everybody has advantage on charisma check. So
Yeah. Well, hold on. Let's see if I roll another nat 1.
Does that include saving throws? Because if that includes saving throws, that's actually super useful.
no,
I can read
check.
people's minds. That's what I'm doing right now. That's what I'm concentrating on. Just thoughts. This is supposed to be diplomatic.
There's different types of diplomacy.
True.
This is our type of diplomacy.
Mike, how tall is the first floor? To the ceiling?
The first floor ceiling is roughly 17 to 18 feet. It's vaulted. The staircase at the center supports that, and there's other smaller pillars, I should say, at the corner epicenters of the space And it does has these kind of wooden large beams that run across as well to anchor it down. Plenty of room to move around if you're noting fly or other sorts of spells like that to try to get elevation. All right, is everyone rolled up?
Yep.
Oh, Lord thou Valor. The nat 1, baby.
Oh, he took it.
Ooh.
He got that one.
He got the nat 1 for you. He took the nat 1.
I rolled an 11, so that's 2 1s.
All right,
Oh,
so
what's
something
it
that's
to?
important here, because the short sword of warning rang outwards, you were able to vocalize that Istriel to your party, warning them you were not surprised of the effect. You did not perceive the two at the backside to try to intervene, the tension facing forward. They were able to kind of come inwards and throw that wall outwards to impede space. And now I'm seeing there is an aura of protection stacking up. There's so many aura. There's like 4 people in here that have aura protections. So I'm gonna try to do my best I can so this doesn't happen.
Please
but
tell me that actually. I know that shit in stack rules is written. I think.
No. I was fearing this would happen. This effect, it was for some reason, it just wants to keep adding multiple of them. So what
They're
I'm
really
gonna,
protected, man.
I know, right? So you're
Yeah,
gonna have
just
to give me a little bit here. I'm gonna have to delete the aura protection on the actual NPCs, and that should fix this issue.
now I
mean,
know
I'll
why they have
take
so many
one.
paladins.
I'll take one. It's fine. You could just give one to me. It's fine.
Well, we can manually go through with that stuff here. So let's see.
Paladins.
The
Everybody
paladins
but the
deck.
party gets one.
That is true. Like Thea and like Felix don't get one.
Hey, Michael, these plague doctor people, Felix doesn't know this, but is this the same as described when Ezekiel had like flashbacks to people operating on them? Is this the same like description?
What do you think?
I mean, it looks like it, yeah.
It does, doesn't it? That's exactly
We never
correct.
saw them, so I'm saying
No,
like as a
on
player.
Tyler.
Aren't these
Would
aren't
Tyler have
these the
seen them?
yeah? Aren't these the same
Tyler saw
guys
these
that were
ones.
in when Damodar had us in the tavern?
Yeah, these guys work for Damodar.
These were they were there.
That's why I made that face when they showed up.
They were.
Yeah.
I think Othala would have seen the plague doctors as well. He saw Ezekiel's memories.
Yeah. Well, we
Also-
also flat out watched him disintegrate some poor serving person.
Oh my god! The aura protection is going crazy right
Oh
now.
my god, my screen.
Dude, it's having a hard time. There's some shit happening right now in this game. Dude, it's breaking hard.
I typically just manually add the aura protection afterwards because
Yeah,
it comes
dude.
like this.
This is crazy. This is for sure crazy. Yeah, I'll probably
I have
to
so
will.
much courage.
You will
I
be
know.
protected.
Yeah,
You
I
will
have
be
so much
protected.
courage. I have so much protection. Just, I mean, I'll keep it.
Alright.
It's fine.
Great.
I'm gonna try to get this off as best as I can from the people that are emanating it. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my goodness gracious. It's coming off now. It's coming off. That's all I care about. The server is so borked right now. It's so bad.
Why?
That was
Like my
scary.
other aura is actually working fine. So why is it just this aura?
Well, it has multiple renditions, so it has through you can get it through active auras, or you can do through build a bonus, or even CPG now has it. So there's different modules, and I've actually tried multiple different versions of this from CPG. I tried active auras and BAB. You have BAB right now, and I don't know why. It just always has a problem. It always just doesn't work properly. And I think
It's just you got to think about the amount of work that it does because it's
Yeah.
based off of the token movement. So
yeah.
It's an overload of information. I think.
I think it is too. I think it's just too much. So what we're gonna do is we'll do the manual additions of those saving throws for now. I think that's just gonna be what we have to do. So we're not having it active at all. I won't put any sort of I won't make a condition or something for it. I'm just gonna have it. Let's manually add it through. It looks like it's all disabled now, so we should be good. And just note, when we have to do a saving throw, we'll look to see where the paladins are at, and then we'll go through with the AOP. Okay, so we are at the start of round 1. Othala, it is your turn.
Let's do. Well, first I'm going to bonus action some heavy here next to me.
Okay.
Boom. Throw him into the shit, and then I'm going to cast Mind Whip at 3rd level, targeting the 2 in the front by the door.
All right. So as you throw out a Mind Whip, 8 points of psychic damage, the creature succeeds with a 26 intelligence saving throw. Takes 2 points of damage.
Target's close to them. Target.
Okay. So are you throwing off? Couldn't hear you. So you're saying you're throwing off another?
Yeah, I was throwing it at 30 level, so target the person I sent.
Okay. You want to go ahead and target the other one then? If you're targeting multiple on the cast, is that what you're saying? So you're throwing over. So go ahead and target that one, and then go ahead and fling it off. Okay. So that one is going to succeed as well against the 19, and will half the 11, taking 5 points psychic damage. So half. It's coming not to the remainder of the effects. Prompting for concentration succeeds on concentration.
This is bad. This is bad, guys. And I'll call to the commander and the Lord. They're around us. We're surrounded. The end of my turn after heavy here, so I'll say that.
Okay. All right, ending turn. We now come to Dirty Joe. Dirty Joe is going to begin to push through slightly here. I'm actually going to have him backtrack here for 5 feet first. And then they're going to look to get their Slayer's Spray off. The particular one that threw off the casting of the spell. They then are going to launch a series of arrows at that one. So first arrow going to be thrown out here. That's going to be a 17, which misses as it hits into a magical barrier that surrounds the mage. Goes in for a secondary arrow. That is going to be a 31. Wow, that's a massive roll. Just going to strike into the mage, prompting for the damage dealt here. A total of 14 points assigned. Creature succeeds with a 19 con save. After the 2 arrows, they are then going to use 5, it's 10, 15, 20, and then 25, 30. They're going to get to the staircase, but get in an angle that they have cover from the west side. So they're using the staircase, kind of climbing up to a little bit of point. They still have cover with the railing on the backside, and so they're kind of fronting that space, just getting some distance here. They then are going to end their turn and now come to one of the mages. One of the mages begins to sidestep just downwards on the staircase, begins to look at the direction of all of you, and is going to throw out a fireball.
Let's try a counter spell.
Okay? So as you throw off a counter spell, you see as reactions are beginning to take place from the staffs of themselves, they begin to invoke to try to impede that counter spell. Noting in range and distance here.
And I counter that counters.
You're going to try to counter the counter spell. And as you throw out the counter spell to counter spell, the mage and their staffs. So, this one throwing out the fireball. This one counters the initial counter spell with the staff. And then this one counters the secondary counter spell. as
I
they're
would like to
expending-
counterspell that counterspell.
as they're expending their
my
reactions. So as they're doing this, you notice it's not necessarily them that's casting the magic, it's the staffs. So as they're holding up the staffs, they're sending up these vibrations and energy out to that direction. And that successfully allows the fireball to begin to be yeeted here. Throwing down the fireball aura.
Wait, Costas, do you literally have counterspell?
Yeah, I counterspelled.
Costas is counterspelling your last counterspell.
Yeah.
Okay. Then this one over here will counterspell.
Counterspell.
Everyone
Oh.
has counterspell. It's so bad. Oh, Lance just make a dexterity.
Okay, there's a lot here in this order. So we're going to have to kind of go through that with your rolls too to make sure. Looks like the aura protections too are stacking through even on the rolls, which I was actually going to be very fearful of because I think it's going to remember where the aura protections are here. So we're going to have to kind of manually go through rolls. And I might have to run through and do a reset just because of how crazy this is going to be with all these saving throws. So I want to make sure that we get good rolls here. It looks like on the automation, the actual rules are accurate for the NPCs, so that's really, really good. They're getting the aura protections from the individuals surrounding them. Now, aura protections, you're gonna have to remind me. They don't stack that way, if I remember correctly. One supersedes.
No, you take the higher of the two bonuses.
Yeah, takes the higher of the two bonuses. So you actually are at the same AOP, I believe, as Lord Down Falor. So you're going to have the same AOP, so they're going to be just the +3 associated. So I'm going to run through checks with each of you just to be sure, just because you had your rolls independently. So Felix, I have you at a 6 roll, so that minus the 3 that was added onto that 16. Okay. Heavy has a roll here, 22. Thala, I have you at a 19. Is that accurate?
Mhm.
Okay. And then through my chat card, it automatically rolled some stuff. Thea, I have you at a 19.
Mm-hmm.
Costas, I have you at a 17.
Yeah, 17 seems
And
accurate.
then Istral at a 23.
Yep.
Okay. So that is all accurate. All right. So, as now I'm going to go ahead and assign damage here. The Commander Remar Aluna has failed. They take 26 points of fire damage. Lord Thalfalor has failed. They take 26 points of fire damage. The individuals here do not have high hit points. They are not trained by any means. They're going to take the full blunt regardless of saves and be vaporized by the fireball as it sends into the Inferno.
Poor people.
Felix, I have you with a 16 there. The DC is 17 in terms of the DC, so you are going to take a full 26 points of fire damage, prompting you for concentration of the Eagle's Splendor, which is going to be an 11, and that is a failure, if I recall. And it looks like he even tried to stack on a couple more of those AOPs too, so we're less than that.
I failed.
All right. We're going to go ahead and end Eagle's Splendor. All right, so those should be off now. Get those two. Istriel, have you at success. Make sure the damage is being assigned correctly. Costas, have you at a success. Right, Istriel failing concentration.
Don't know what that was for.
I think it was something that was put onto you very early on.
No.
Yeah, you have evasion.
Mm-hmm.
Take no damage. Heavy, regardless of save, is incinerated.
How dare you? So, which mage did that again?
What?
2 of the paladins are hit on the outer edges of the fireball. The one on the bottom succeeds. The one on the top succeeds. One on the bottom fails. The one on the top succeeds. They have Ring of Fire Resistance. They're beginning to be blunted by that damage. The one that fired the fireball is this one here. So that was the one that kind of sent that outwards. Okay. So at this point in the combat, I'm going to have ask for your patience here. Because all of the paladins on the outside of this place have aura protections, which is why there's so many problems right now. So I would ask for your patience here. I'm actually going to remove them from the board completely, because that's going to be easier just to get them off of the map at this point. I know how many are out there, and that's going to be an easier calculation. As I do that, I'm going to go ahead and disable this other module. So it's going to give you a refresh. And I'm hoping that once we get a refresh in, that should help out with some of the issues with the AOP. And then we're going to continue with this fight.
Did we just lose some assisting NPCs?
No, you
they're
have.
still there. It's just they're not on the board.
It's just they're still there. So the entire banner of lore for the private banner is still out there. So they're still going to be on the map here. I've just removed them in terms of their tokens because they're all had aura protections, and that was like really bogging it down. And so I want to just remove them from the board instead of independently trying to get those off. And then I could just rebuild the main NPC from there, just remove the auras, and potentially have them come in, just putting them down on the board when we need to. I know the numbers. I have it calculated out. Okay. So, coming back into space here after the fireball has erupted. We're now going to end that mage's turn. They take no bonus, just the fireball sent outwards and maintaining their space at the staircase. All right, we're now going to end their turn and we come to Felix. Felix, what are we doing?
I can see 4 of these creatures here. Did I get of the 4 that I can see, which are 2 at the top, 2 at the bottom? Did any of them cast the fireball?
No, the one that casted the fireball is slightly outside of your perspective because the staircase is blocking that.
And there were 3 reaction counter spells. Did I see who reacted?
Yeah, so there were 3 reaction counter spells. The ones that reacted were this one over here, were this one over here, and this one over here. And I will go ahead and put their reactions on now. So there's an icon for them.
All right. I will move here. Oh, shit, motherfucker. Bitch. Do there. That's painful. Oh, you motherfucker. Okay. Changes my plan. Cool. I'll try to move. Is it difficult terrain to move through now, space?
You were constituting as small, so no, they're medium sized. They does not have an issue.
Right. So can I take some of that movement back and instead have it on here? Actually, I lied. I went around. We're good. Ignore me. I'm doing a lot to do nothing. I will cast a spell.
Okay.
Anybody counterspelling it?
No. They do not have perspective of you to counterspell.
I will cast a greater invincibility on the Lord. Top floor.
Okay. So throwing on a greater invisibility to Lord Downfloor, turning them invisible. They look towards you, caught off by surprise. There's still that animation of surprise, really, that they look out of your general direction, now catching wind. They're reaching for the sword. Then they vanish and disappear.
Can't rescue. And then I'll just start making my way up the steps. Not bad.
Okay.
Wait. Bonus action. Cast this, kill them. and I will give him a bardic inspiration.
Okay.
You can go on.
All good? All right, throwing off the bardic inspiration there. We now come to another mage over by the bookshelf. This mage does not need to move. This mage begins to invoke their hands as they begin to fire off a lightning bolt. In terms of perspective and space, they're going to aim for 2 targets here as they throw it off. One of the paladins is able to get out of the way, so they cackle their hands outwards, channeling from the opposite side of the staff. You grab onto it, as lightning begins to come through, they invocate outwards, and the lightning shoots forth at 2 targets here for their saving throws.
Shift my saves.
Okay, go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw, please. Another one, manually. Ooh, good, good, good. Nice shift here. So it looks like the AOP is working good. Okay, good. Because I just want you, Costas, in yours. Looks like it's still coming. It's okay. All right, so we have Costas, Morning Light. I have you at a 20. That's going to be a success. Lothal, I have you at 22. That is also going to be a success. You both are going to succumb to 15 points of lightning damage as it begins to erupt towards you, cackles through, and begins to kind of burn and smelter some of your armor as well as your clothes. That is the end of the mage's turn. Costas, you're up next.
I'm going to run over here and take the dodge action. Actually, let me check if I have enough range for. Yeah, I have enough range for everyone.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'll just take the dodge action once I'm here, which I think is somewhere. Yeah, you add it to me. Thank you.
Yeah, I gotcha.
And while I'm at it, I'm going to, you're not even worth it yet. Just dodge action.
Okay. We now come to the Commander Remar Aluna. Commander Remar Aluna grabs the axe outwards, sees that Lord Founfalor has kind of disappeared, and is now motioning to get some space here from the rest of the party, and is going to take the angle of the closest kind of possible target here. They're going to use a dash action to reach 35 feet towards this mage by the bookshelf. Then they're going to go ahead and take their action surge to expend that. And as they do, they're going to come in for 3 separate attacks in the direction of that mage. First swing coming through. That is going to be a 20, which hits into the mage. The mage is struck with 8 points of slashing damage. Taking the reaction perhaps to a counterspell, they have no shield prepared. 23 comes through, coming through the left right leg, dealing 8 points of slashing damage. They come in for the third final strike. This is a top down to the lower right hand side of the shoulder. Natural 20 coming through, 16 points of slashing damage. They cleave into the shoulder of the mage. They begin to yell outwards, "To arms! To arms!" And just kind of yelling that out in terms of vocalizations, just so those who are around might be able to hear. But again, it keeps cleared out, cleared for the audience of the Lord and the banners outside. This paladin grabs onto the greatsword, and they are making a full beeline 25 feet to the target they can see. They are going to be attacking them. They have 2 attacks to make, and they're coming in with their first strike. The greatsword swinging through. The mage itself is going to shield for this one, not expending their reaction as we went through their turn previously. They are going to shield. The 19 is going to be a miss as they strike into the bubble of the shield, and then they come in for a secondary greatsword swing, swinging it through, striking the bubble again, pulling it backwards, and they begin to kind of curse the light upwards in the sky. Thea, you're up next. Hello.
I just realized I muted myself. Oops. All right. I am going to. Oh, that's not reading. I'm gonna move my 30 feet this way. I'm going to use my bonus action to move here,
Okay.
and then I will take one swing at this guy.
Okay. All right. As he's coming through a swing, they're going to shield, prompting a bubble outwards. The 24 comes through. That is going to still strike through the shield. You deal 12 points of damage to them, succeeding on Constitution save.
Okay, and then that's my turn.
Okay. Ending turn, we now come to the one that is concentrating. They begin to look to the others. They motion for the head. This one grabs their staff. As they do, they stomp it into the ground, and they teleport away, disappearing out of space. It's unclear where they've gone. The wall of force is still up. The other one looks, holding the staff outwards, and they point in the direction of a lot of you, getting ready to move and attack. As they do, they begin to move their hands and creating a blur-like image and effect upon themselves, shimmering in movement of the air. They then are going to use meta magic, gaining a firebolt as the bonus, and they aim the firebolt in the direction of Thea. Holding out the hand with the 25, they shoot a firebolt in your direction, dealing 15 points of fire damage as the bolt lands into your shoulder. They grab the staff, holding it outwards. Chosen, we are not for you. We are for the Lord down below. Surrender yourselves. And end the turn. Showcasing their power, but then also surrender. To let you know the threat is indeed real. Southern Mage looks towards the Commander Remar Luna after moving 15 feet, getting some vision. They then are going to hold out their hand. As they do, they begin to utter words of secrecy and illusion towards Commander Remar Luna, which fails with a 2 of a dominate person. You see the stitching of the Commander Remar Luna turning themselves in the direction of all of you as they point the hand, moving from left to right, telepathically to their heads, in vocalization to attack you all. Ending turn. Hi, honey. Yeah, they're being attacked by a bunch of mages. This mage sees, shakes the head of the other, not to attack in front, looks towards one of the paladins that's directly there. They fire off a greenish beam at their direction. A disintegration ray shoots outwards at the paladin. The paladin is struck for 73 points, failing their saving throw. Hit in, vaporizing some of their armor and smeltering it. Paladin is still alive. As they take the blow, they come upwards, looking at the direction of the mage prior to. Another comes through, moving 15 feet around the table, looking towards you, Othala. They open up their hands, and they throw off a very interesting spell at you. It begins to hit towards you. It's almost as if it's trying to change your shape and your form. With a 20 here, you are going to, let's see, make sure the roll kind of came through. Yeah, 20 good. So 20 is going to be a success. As they throw out the words of eminence towards you, this magic to try to change your shape, they try to fire off a polymorph spell at you. And from the words of the invocation, they try to turn you into a small turtle. Ending their turn. No. Now come to this paladin. Paladin immediately is going to run upwards towards this mage, and they're going to go in for an onslaught of attacks with their sword. Rising up, they come through with the first attack being an 11, which misses. As the mage sidesteps through, they come in for a secondary attack. 16 misses, as it strikes into the barrier of perhaps their magical items, and it sheathes into the chair nearby, striking through. The paladin yells outwards, "Lord down below, flee for safety!" Ends their turn. Estrel, you're up next.
All right. Let's start off a blade song and 2, Also conjure a Shadow Blade.
Okay.
It'll be a 4th level Shadow Blade.
Okay, so setting off a 4th level Shadow Blade, so that should be a 3d8, correct?
Right. Yeah.
All right, let me make sure the damage is correct. All right, it's changed to 3d8 and it's ready to go.
And 40 feet. We'll make our way down here. Hold on. I don't see the other usual pop-up for ending turn.
You don't see the end turn pop up at the
It's
bottom
not
of the
in
turn
the
tracker?
Oh,
It's not
Gotcha.
there.
It's not there.
Oh, maybe it isn't on your turn. I'm not sure.
Well, it could have been because they edited your sheet, or we went through the refresh with modules and we had the combat active, so that could be it as well.
It was there when I ended my turn on the combat tracker.
yeah, the combat tracker, not the actual pop-up box.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, okay. Good to know. Okay, good to know. All right, so we're gonna come to last but not least of this round one. We come to Lord Thalon Falor, who is invisible and is going to take a direct path hopping over the staircase here. You hear it right by you, Felix, and aim for one of the mages that use the dominate person. They then are going to reach out with their hands and come in for a swing with their weapon. Getting invisible, this mage is not going to see them and has no reaction to spend. 26 comes through. They then are going to channel in a divine smite. And as they do so, they're going to get a set amount of dice automatically through the divine smite on the cast. They deal 23 points with the original attack to that mage, and then they're going to deal 19 total points of radiance on top with the divine smite. You notice immediately that they're struck in, caught off guard, losing concentration. As Commander Rimarlona holds the axe, turns towards the mage, so not a person ends. They then are going to come in for their extra attack, swinging once more. That is going to be an 18, which is going to miss as it strikes into some of the magical light barriers that surround the mage. This eruption kind of energy in this translucent barrier surrounds. And you notice that there's a shifting of movement, almost like a shimmeringness that emanates from that barrier. Othala, we now come to the top of round 2. It's your turn.
Okay. Move up to I'm gonna cast See Invisibility.
You're going to cast See Invisibility.
Yeah. So, right now, can't see the commander or anything, so need Lord or anybody.
So just right now, all you know is there's mages. You can see the mages though, right? I just want to clarify.
Yeah, I can see the mages, but I know
You just-
that one disappeared and Lord also disappeared, so I want to have.
You're
visual.
wondering if that one went invisible and where the Lord. Okay,
Correct,
got you.
correct.
I just want to make sure, just with interpretation, what's going on. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and add the See Invisibility to your token here, and I'll go ahead and put on that range. Fly done. Okay, you should be able to see Othala there, or sorry, Lord Thalon Falor there through your token. Good.
Quickly, since I'm scanning the battlefield, I'll look over. I'll yell out to Thea. He's not invisible. He actually disappeared. Just try to catch the one in front of you. And I'm going to cover. I'm gonna try to just sidestep by the staircase, trying to get some cover from the other walls.
Okay.
Just trying to keep a visual. Actually, I'm trying to step right next to Felix to be visual. Yeah, and that would be the end.
Okay.
Actually, I'll take a potion and then turn 12 for my bonus action.
Okay, chugging a potion. All right. We come to Dirty Joe Buckwilder. So Dirty Joe has lost their target in terms of the Slayer's Prey. They're going to aim, popping themselves up slightly, using their bonus action here to mark another target with their Slayer's Prey. Getting the potion, you should get 17 back. Again, changing the potions here, so you have that. The bonus action used for Slayer's Prey, Dirty Joe is going to launch 2 arrows off in the direction of one of the mages here. 15 is going to be a miss, and then they're going to fire off a secondary arrow. This one is one to the top left-hand side. Now, the arrow kind of comes through. 28 comes. It's going to be 12 points of piercing and Slayer's Prey damage. The arrow kind of comes through into the shoulder to take the blow back. And the Dirty Joe is just going to hunch down a little bit and then see you all kind of coming on the staircase as well. And sees you all like that. Kind of looks towards you and shakes the head a little bit. Now, come to this mage over here. This mage begins to cast magic upon themselves, taking their action in a very similar evocation that you have, Othala. You don't have that direct line of sight because of the staircase per se, but they are actually giving themselves perhaps see invisibility here as they throw it on, seeing the other mage struck blindly without sort of vision. And they then stare in the direction, pointing the staff off. And as they do that, they're going to use meta magic to cast a firebolt, quickening the spell towards the Lord down floor. Okay. Looks like disadvantage imposed is because of the invisible condition, so I'm taking the first roll on the die. That's still going to be a miss as it clicks in and unable to strike towards the Lord down floor. Ending turn. Felix, you're up next.
Okay. Just gonna move forward to about here. I am going to use the ring of. I should have charges back. The ring of shooting stars.
All right.
I will expend 3 charges of it to use the shooting stars ability. All 3 at the guy who just shot at the Lord of Sea invisibility. So it just keeps closing for some reason. I don't know why.
Oh, the item keeps closing out on you?
Yeah, no. He needs to make 3 dexterity saving throws.
Okay, so he's going to make 3 dexterity saving throws, and the failed save, I believe it's... so
Half
you're doing...
damage.
Yeah, and you're doing shooting stars, correct?
Yep.
Oh my goodness. That 1, 2, and a 3. That is the fantastic. That's great. That is awesome. I love
You
it.
hate to see it.
Yeah, well, you love to see it. I mean, it's a perfect trifecta right there. So 36 points of damage is what you're going to deal for lightning points of damage to that figure. The shooting star begins to send outwards. Or is it fire? Is it fire damage?
Fire damage.
Yeah, fire damage. Okay. So the person's going to take that fire damage. Doesn't seem to have any sort of real resistances to that fire damage. And as it does, it begins to hit through the robe, shattering through. They're kind of taking the blows as they are kind of shifting from left to right. But they're still very much alive.
Okay. And then I will bonus action give a no, never mind. I'll move up further up the steps, and I'm
Okay.
assuming I can go all the way up.
Yes, you
Next
can.
Level. Don't need to move my token. I just want to be out of line of sight, so people can't break my concentration. Hopefully.
Okay, that's exactly what we're going to have you. We're going to have you conscript the staircase getting into the second floor. You can see there's actually servants and people up here, and they're kind of holding down, like looking at you a little bit like confused and bewildered about what's happening here, but you don't see any soldiers really. All the soldiers have been kind of vacated out of the keep towards the grounds, helping out with the actual banner that is moving through, right? And so they're looking towards you, very concerned and fearful.
All right, so if I get to the top steps, I'm like, go get help. The Lord is under attack. Call out the windows. Get guards here now.
Take towards you. They begin to move in a separate direction. Common areas up there, and the filters into 3 different hallways. They're all going down one of the hallway, which is opposite the staircase, and that is really to the direction of where you'd imagine overlooks the east side of the keep.
That'll be it.
Okay. All right, ending turn. Should still be able to do it from the tracker. Awesome. We now come to this mage. This mage is going to look on the south side here. This mage is going to look at the direction of the paladin, which is directly in front of them, and they are going to attempt to throw out a dominate towards the paladin, which is easily able to resist the aura protection, giving him strength from that potential charm, shaking it off and renewed. They don't have much at their disposal. Seeing you, Israel, come from the flank, kind of just holding up their hands outwards, getting ready for what might come. Costas, we now come to you.
Okay. Not risking that again. So I'm gonna start out with a compelled duel on the guy in front of me.
Okay.
Just first level.
Here's your seeds with an 18.
Then I'm going to go forward. And something I wanted to point out, I was wondering, these guards by the door, they didn't do anything last round. Is that
They've been pushing on the wall of force to try to get through it.
okay? That's not gonna work. Help me with this guy.
They turn focus, rolling their initiatives. Now.
And then I am going to attack with the Warhammer dual wielding.
Okay.
Yeah. Let me see. Do I have a? Yeah, I do. Okay. Why did that roll 2?
I don't know. They're blurred.
Oh, so it's disadvantage?
Yeah. I was wondering. I was like, oh yeah, they're blurred.
Well, I think that's gonna hit anyways. Doesn't matter.
Okay, close up the box if you don't want it. They're going to shield themselves in reaction. The bubble come up. 22 does not hit. You strike into the shield.
The 22 doesn't. Fuck, man. Okay. Never mind then. Then I'm going to hit again.
Okay, coming across with another strike. The shield's still up. Swinging it through.
Yeah, that's not gonna hit either.
An 8. Again onto the barrier.
Should have just used my bardic inspiration, so I want to save the other one. Okay. Then yeah, end turn. Use everything.
Okay, ending turn. We now come to the Commander Marluna, getting into the flank of the mage, who's focusing the paladin out in front, catching the mage also off guard because they were dominated previously. 12 points of slashing damage dealt. They come across with another attack here. They got a sticky key there. I'm just going to roll a d20 crit fish just for the sake of it. 7 points of damage dealt. No crit there. And they're going to try to go in for their secondary attack, or third attack, I should say, with their attack action. And that is going to be nat 20 for the Commander 2. I love it. Commander is kicking ass. My God, 2 nat 20s? 18 points of slashing damage. Throw the Commander some magical items. Tell me what. All right, that's going to be the end of the Commander's turn. Now come to this Paladin. This Paladin looks in the direction of the Mage. Just attempted to charm them. And as they do, they're going to come in and swing their sword. Their great sword. 20 is going to hit into this Mage. They're going to do 17 points of slashing and radiant damage. Then they're going to tack on a Divine Smite. That is going to be 17 points of radiant damage. Coming for a secondary attack with the sword. That is going to be a 12, which misses. And then they're going to use their bonus action here to throw on a Shield of Faith. They can crest themselves with some extra protection. You're up next.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna go around behind this guy.
So you have the
attack
advantage.
him,
Yep.
and that's alt, correct?
Yeah, hold down Alt to attack. Hopefully it doesn't stick on you, but sometimes it does. I might just make a flanking condition, honestly, at this point. Because flanking goes so much, so I might just give a flanking condition to assign you all.
Oh, yep, it didn't go. So just roll another d20 or just roll another.
Go ahead and swing. It should give you advantage now.
Okay.
Looks like CE had one. I'm just going to do that for now. This is easy.
So just attack it again.
Well, you could roll a d20 for me on this first attack because we didn't get the
Yeah.
advantage for this one. So just roll a flat d20 for me.
Okay.
And we'll see if that one hits. I know you get your
Nope.
modifiers. Yeah, that's not going to hit, unfortunately. You come with the
Okay.
first strike, striking the barrier, and then go ahead for your second one. And you shouldn't have to hold on Alt now. It's the flanking
Okay.
conditions.
Nope.
Oh, that is so sad.
It didn't go again.
I know.
It didn't proc the. Oh.
Yeah, go ahead and roll another d20. That one doesn't work.
Oh boy.
Ooh. Oh, the rolls. All right, so that's
Yep.
11 plus 5, 16, 17. That's not going to hit.
Yeah, no, that's my turn.
Jeez. Okay. All right, this mage is slightly surrounded here. They are going to look from the left and right hand side, opting for opting to send out a chromatic orb, and that is going to be at disadvantage towards the. That is going to hit you with a 25. At disadvantage, they're going to choose fire for this damage. It hits you for 20 points of fire damage. Ending turn.
I would like to use my channel divider.
Okay, so opting to take the damage instead.
No, rebuke the violent.
Rebuke the violent. Okay.
I rarely ever get to use this, but I really should use it more.
Alright. Let me go ahead and look. Oath of Redemption now. Half of...
I'll just use the ability. You
Okay.
can read it in there.
So, after attack, 30 feet of you deals damage. You use reaction to force the attacker to make a wisdom saving throw. To fail save, the attacker takes radiant damage equal to the damage just dealt. So it will take half as much. Okay. So we'll put back the 20. I will make a wisdom saving throw now. That is going to be a failure. They're going to take the full 20 points of damage they had just sent. Still succeeding on the blur. Okay. This mage over here that has been hit by the arrow, which is attacked by Lord Downfalor, is actually going to be taking the disengage. And as they're doing that, they're beginning to make way, try to get some space here away from who's attacking them, confused on the disengage. They then are going to end their turn. Now come to this one who is slightly surrounded between the two, is going to look into the direction of the paladin in front of them. They're going to send out a cone of cold. Point blank. So, Othala doesn't mean much to you, right? White draconic scales begin to form around you, providing immunity. Dirty Joe is also on the staircase with the railing. They're going to be shielded from this effect in some fashion. The paladin, though, is going to fail. Takes 36 points of cold damage and is barely alive as frozen, splintered, and wounded. Dirty Joe is going to succeed on the check, and as such, I'm going to go ahead and half that damage as well, just for the sake of it, saying that they're kind of hit maybe in the shoulder regions and upper areas of the leg, which makes sense thematically. Ending the turn, the Cone of Cold. This mage here is going to move 15 feet slightly around the bookshelf, seeing the other paladin here. They then are going to fire off a disintegration ray at them. Paladin is going to succeed with a 21 as they dodge underneath it. Miraculously, as the disintegration ray hits into the fireplace, removing particles and bits and pieces of the stone. Now aided, soldiers, Fort Farron, coming to your aid, Costas Morning Light. They're swinging their battle axes here. 15 misses. Next soldier moves through into position. Now, flank-wise, they're not necessarily getting the flank per se here, but they're now surrounding. Natural 1 comes through, ending turn. This paladin looks towards the Magi on the north side, swinging at standard. So the mage is fronting. 16 is going to be a miss. Comes in for the next attack, and that is going to be a 21. That is going to strike into that mage, and they're going to channel their divine smite. That is going to be a total of 31 points of damage, slashing through the mage and splintering them. That mage is dead. Ending turn. Israel, you're up next.
Okie doke. We're gonna wheel around here for a flank.
Okay.
Okay. Shadow Blade attack. Oh. It's like it's still not working.
Yeah. It's sticking. Alright, so the 19 is going to hit, so you can roll a d20 if you want to crit fish. That's up to you, though.
I'm not. Okay. Alright. And
The creature is going to take only 5 points of that damage. They are resistant to psychic damage.
Okay. Follow up Booming Blade.
Okay. .26 is going to hit. 8 points of thunder damage dealt. You could roll a flat d20 if you want crit fish. You call, but I'm in the process of working.
And
Back
then
to your
one
try
action offhand Shadow Blade again.
Okay.
It worked that time.
Yeah, it's just getting sticky. I think we got a lot of things going on. So 25 is going to hit, and that's going to half the 9 to 4.
Yep. And
all right, any turn we come to the Lower Down Floor. Lower Down Floor is in hot pursuit. None of which you really can see that, unfortunately. Come through. Aided by the invisibility, they come in with their first attack. 28 comes through. As they slash downwards, they're going to attack on a Divine Smite. They're going to deal a total of 29 points of damage for the first strike. And they're going to come in for their second strike. 31. They slash through. They're going to deal 21 points of slashing and radiant damage, killing that mage. See one topple down over by the banquet table on the left side. Now come to the top of round 3. Othala, you're up.
Okay. Like they have the door. Just over there. All of it just mutter to himself. Wish I learned more spells from history and dispel wouldn't great right now. Gonna climb up the stairs. See these two mages. It's gonna kind of just run a bit and jump off to like just try to pull, and it's gonna disappear. Cast some Steel Wind Strike.
Okay. Steel Wind Strike coming through. All right.
Taking out the new dagger causes making.
Okay. They're coming in through with the Steel Wind Strike. One of which is going to try to counterspell you.
Do I see them counterspelling?
They are. You could see them counterspelling.
I would, yeah, I would try it to counterspell as well
Okay.
if I could.
Another one is going to counterspell.
Yep.
We are going to go through the rope-a-dope again.
Hey, if we're wasting spell slots, we're wasting spell slots.
All right, so you counterspell that counterspell. So this one actually has to roll. Because what level are you casting this at?
Only casting at a second, so
Second.
it goes, yeah,
Okay.
it goes completely.
So that will be successful on that counterspell then. To your Steel Wind Strike, it has no effect as you're beginning to cast outwards, throwing the dagger. You see vibrations and energy outwards from the staff. You send your hand out with your arcane focus, and another one sends out another counter spell. Those are intercepting themselves. Very typical mage battle. It's really about the wits and the mind, stopping spell casting. But the paladins and everyone else, in terms of wasting those reactions, very potent, given that they have shield spells prepared.
And since that happened, I'll flip them off, give them the bird, and I'll try to duck down more. I'll stay
Okay.
right here, try to duck down more. You'll take cover.
Okay.
And enter.
All right, ending turn. We now come to Dirty Joe. Dirty Joe is going to move up 5 feet, giving some range, looking towards another. Marks with their Slayer's Prey, and then they're going to go off for a series of longbow arrows. 25 hits. No reaction to take for shield. Going to take 14 points of damage for the first arrow. Second arrow sent through. That's going to be 28, which hits. And that is going to deal 9 points of damage on the second arrow there. Now getting some confidence, Dirty Joe might be turning on Sharpshooter in the next turn, but we'll see. All right. Coming to the mage at the base of the steps is slightly seeing the magic that you're throwing off Othala, and seeing that they actually are going to throw out a chain lightning at you and bounce it to Dirty Joe. So, 1 second here as I try to get the targeting in order.
Oh, shit.
Here it comes. So, it's going to hit in to you, Othala. Then it's going to bounce.
This is all I can do. I can try it. Saving.
So, Othala, I have you at a 5. Dirty Joe, I have it at 26. Total of 59 points of lightning damage as it sends out splintering and cackling from their hands. It comes outwards from one hand, the staff slightly, I should say. And then kind of begins to go into the railing, splintering the railing, and then kind of comes through. Now, your reaction was taken to counterspell, so you have no reaction for Chronal Shift here.
You are
As the splintering of the railing kind of comes through. Felix, you're in cover, right? So you're moving back a little bit from the lightning as it's kind of coming through the staircase and slightly lighting on fire with that very typical arc pattern. I'm going to now assign damage to both of you, with all barely alive as you're kind of crested through the lightning. And then Dirty Joe feels halfway. That's the end of that mage's turn. Felix, you're up next.
That was this one, right?
That was correct.
Well, I'm just gonna repeat action, shooting stars towards him. All 3 saves, 3 deck saves.
Okay. 2 of those are going to be failures, and one of which is going to be a success. The one that was a success is
Half
the
on,
third. It's
so
going to be
10,
half of the
14,
17.
and 9 or 8. Sorry.
It's going to be a total of 32 damage dealt. You see as the mage is almost incinerated by that shooting star. They're barely alive, pressing themselves into the railing. The staff as well has slight burns, scorch marks on it. They are not looking good as they're throwing themselves from left to right, very much wounded and in dire straits.
Do I have enough movement to step down and pull Athala up the steps with me, or no?
I will probably say, I'll probably say you use your action to throw off the ring. You need an action to try to grab them, and then you have to use half your movement to pull them up. Given the state of everything that's happening around you, and considering all of that, I think I'm going to go ahead and say I'll probably say I'll allow it at this stage, just so you can kind of grab them by the back end, because Athala didn't really move, and so I'll probably say you grab them by the back end, and you're able to pull them up the staircase here with the rest of your movement.
I don't even need to go up with him. I'm just gonna push him behind me up the steps, so he's out of the way, And I'll stay down there to be a target. I'm going to go ahead and cast a healing word on Athal as I push him up.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and change spots of just token positions, and then you can target over and then throw the healing word.
Oh, buddy, you look rough. Cast a healing word on him. How do I clear targets in your game?
I usually just press T away or onto another target. Just press T over and over again to clear targets. So there's also a hotkey, I believe.
First it was acid, and now it's thunder.
10 points of healing.
And I'll do it.
All right. Well, this mage here on the south end is boomed by you, Israel. They're gonna turn their attention to you. See that you've boomed them. You have capabilities of magic, and as they do that, they're gonna look towards you and throw out an immolation at you. All right, so you are going to succeed with a 20 here on that immolation. Now, when this happens, powerful magic is thrown out from their hands. It begins to cover you in that smog-like effect. On a successful one, you are going to half as much damage, and you are not going to have that lingering effect of that burn from the immolation as it's sent out towards you. You're going to have 45, let's see, not 45, 32 points of fire damage. From that divided by, so it's 16 total to you. Prompt you for concentration of the Shadow Blade, which you're succeeding with. And that is also going to end that immolation type effect as you're able to throw it off of that kind of incineration inferno when they sent out their hands and threw that magic out you. That's going to be the end of their turn. Costas, you're up next.
You said they were surrounded. What does that mean?
So they're kind of surrounding them so they can't move. In terms of flanking position, you are fronting the mage. The mage is looking to you. Thea is going to get the advantage, and then the soldiers are going to get the advantage once they see that they're kind of continuing to focus. But they're wanting to group up a little bit more to try to make it so they can't move.
Okay, so it's not going to change anything advantage-wise?
No, not for you.
Okay, got it. Yeah, so I'm just going to attack. Whoa. What the hell is that?
Here we go, boys. So targeting, one of the issues with one of the template modules is that when I use spells, for some reason, it wants to grab on to all of your targeting, which is what David was saying to reset. How do I reset the targeting? So unfortunately, you're going to have to close out of the windows because it's going through, baby.
So what just happened? Do I need to
No, you're fine. It basically targeted multiple people on the attack and then wanted to swing at them. So that's not a big deal. The attack roll that I have here for your first one is a natural 1 on the actual chat card. Okay. So make sure to just reset your targeting. Press T a little bit, a couple times on the target.
Yeah.
And then go in for your second attack.
Good old... Yeah, not 1 first. I want to change anything. 5. Great. Then second attack. Perfect. Ooh, fuck. I don't know whether 23 it gets past his AC with shield or not. I'm gonna just Bardic Inspiration just to make sure I hit.
Okay, 31 is gonna hit as you come through. 9 points of bludgeoning damage is dealt.
Oh, and then I'm going to throw on a smite.
Okay.
At second level.
Okay.
Cast spell.
12 points of radiant damage dealt. Succeeding on Constitution saves.
Ah, dang it. Then no bonus action.
All right, come to the Commander Remar Aluna here. Commander Remar Aluna is as simple as such. It's going to be making way with a dash action, moving 45 feet, running around the couch, and then an additional 15 feet to come up to this mage here. Ending turn, action surge already spent. Come to this Paladin. Paladin looks now with the flank as the attention has been turned towards you, Israel. They're going to get the advantage here coming through. Swing 26 strikes into the back into the mage. Deals 20 points of slashing and radiant damage. They then are coming to come in for a secondary attack. And I will just in case. 17 points of damage dealt. And on the last strike, they're going to Divine Smite. Burning through those pretty good here. 16 points of radiant damage as they kill that mage from the backside of their secondary attack. Slicing through the back. They look towards you. By righteous glory, they have been served. Ending the turn. Bear, you're next.
I'm gonna try to hit him again.
Okay. So go ahead and wait 1 second for me. I'm gonna hope that this. Let's see. I made this super fast. I think it'll work. Go ahead. Should automatically give you advantage. Oh, the targeting thing! No! Reset your targets! No!
It happened again.
Oh, and the effect didn't even work either. Oh, well. All right, 19. That's going to hit. You can roll a d20 if you want. We'll have to continue to edit
Ah, he's
that
not even
feature.
using shield.
All right, 17. 19 is going to hit with the... Oh, they got blur. My bad. Oh my gosh, I'm so stupid. You should have a straight roll. So it is working because they have blur. It should be a straight roll. The other one was working too. I'm so dumb. Oh my gosh. My brain. This is it, David. Dude, it's on me, my brain right now, bro. I'm so tired. 19 is going to hit 8 points of piercing damage. Roll sneak attack. All right, sneak attack coming through. Ooh, nice roll with the sneak attack. Flying to make sure to target-wise, kind of press T over it a couple times to see if you can't reset from the other tokens.
I mean, it says that it's targeted. It's got like the little pulsing arrows aimed toward it.
Cool. Okay, just want to make sure. Their first attack was good. You see the bleeding profusely from the back end of the blurred vision, piercing through the black robe. They're kind of grunting now, making noises.
Hit him again.
Okay.
Nope.
Secondary attack here, 15 is not going to strike, so now they're kind of dodging out of the way, and the blur is going to catch into the blur, unable to hit them.
Yeah, no, that's my turn.
All right, ending turn. We now come around to the mage that is blurred. The mage here, seeing themselves in a little bit of a dire condition, they are going to attempt to reach outwards and use a power word stun on Costas.
Okay.
So, power word stun here. On the workflow, there is no real roll to make at the present moment. They're going to reach out from their vocabulary with their spells, and they utter a power word to overthrow your mind. As that happens, a creature with 150 hit points or fewer is immediately stunned. There's no saving throw to stop that effect. You will be able to make a Constitution saving throw at the end of each of your turns. On a successful save, the stun will end. Let you go ahead and roll that at the present moment. Not roll that on your end of your turn for another roll there. This mage then kind of turns around towards you as they look uttering that power word. They stare and kind of look at you blurred outwards. You do not know what it is that you do. You should stand with us, not against us. Coughing up blood, they end their turn. Seeing the commander Rimar Luna stride upwards and attack, this mage looks over towards them. They're going to fling a chromatic orb of fire towards the commander Rimar Luna. Commander Marluna is able to get out of the way of that attack. The first roll made. That's going to be end of turn on the attack die. Now come to the soldiers. Soldiers grouping themselves together. They're going to go in for their attacks with their battle axes here. Coming through. They're now going to move into flank positions, both of them to try to get a better angle, seeing the stun effect towards Costas and being rallied by them, taking the orders and directions. They're going to swing their battle axes towards that mage. 11 is going to be a miss. Coming to the next. 14 is going to be a miss. Ending turn. This paladin on the north end has a little bit of a distance to run, but it's going to attempt to do so. 35 feet, hitting into the armchair, sliding through, additional dash, striding up with Commander Marluna. They end their turn. Estrella, you're up next.
Yep, we'll look towards this paladin here and just be like, right, well, let's continue doing some serving, shall we?
Yes, we shall.
We'll let go of concentration on Shadow Blade and try and throw out a telekinesis on this.
Okay. All right, so throwing off a telekinesis, ending the Shadow Blade concentration, you look out towards the mage here. What are you attempting to do?
Just restrain them.
Okay, you're going to go for a restrain, so I need to make a strength check, correct?
Yes.
Okay. That's going to be a failure with your DC there, restrained.
Alrighty. And yeah, we will go over here and circle around them this way. That'll do.
Okay. That'll do. Now hear the voice of Lord Thaunfalor ringing over by the banquet table. You have made a bad choice. They come in for a swing outwards. Still with the advantage, they slice into this mage, bleeding profusely at the base of the staircase, now surrounded. 22 points of slashing and radiant damage, cutting them down through the mask into the chest, glowing with the blade. They continue their movement, now pressing forward. They're very close to you, Istriel. Slay them. Voice rings out towards you, Istriel. Ending turn. Thala, come to the top of round 4.
It's gonna. From the stairs, can I still see them? If I look down, I feel like they don't have the lances pointing on me.
That's correct. You can simply just go down, cast, and then go back up.
Alright, so I'll look to the top of the stairs. I really have much to do here, so I'm just gonna tire a little bit and cast Toll of the Dead.
Okay. Throwing off a Toll of the Dead. Okay.
Yeah.
Letting the bells ring, baby. Alright. Creature's going to succeed with a 19. Takes no damage.
So then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna. Can I vault over these stairs? Is that possible?
They're a bit high, about 10 feet or so. I can probably say that you kind of come through difficult terrain, maybe, and you'll take no fall damage.
Okay. Yeah, so I'll try to get as far as I can. Chair.
Okay.
And have it next time there.
So that's pretty good. Alright, Dirty Joe's skirting around you, Felix, coming to the staircase here, choosing another target. They're going to use their Slayer's Prey about the one that is restrained. Seeing them restrained, they are going to activate their sharpshooter here, and they're going to go in for a series of arrows, a couple of arrows, I should say. First arrow comes through. The advantage, 25 hits with the sharpshooter attached. They deal 24 points of damage as the arrow lands in the center point of the chest. They fire off another arrow. 26 is going to hit, and they deal approximately 17 points of damage. No Slayer's Spray on the secondary attack. Now pumping out some more rounds, aiming for the chest region now as he fire once and twice. Yep, we got him now! You're welcome for the Dirty Joe impression. Felix, you're up next.
Step down the stairs. I see Costas stunned, yeah?
Correct.
I'm gonna step forward here and attempt to dispel magic the stun.
Okay, so you're going to reach out to attempt to dispel it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I need you to make an ability check for me, please. Charisma based. "15. Power of the spell is significant. 15 is not able."
Okay. I'm gonna continue my movement down the steps.
Okay.
Say, sorry, buddy. You can totally break out of that though, and bardic inspiration.
Okay, throwing off another Bardic Inspiration. Hopefully they get that. See them stooped and confused in the stunned state, bobbing the head a little bit up and down, perhaps being slightly receptive, causes hearing them through the stun.
That's it.
All right, Costas, all I need from you is a Constitution saving throw.
I just checked. Can I still use my bonus action?
For stunned?
I believe I might be able to.
No.
Oh, okay. Well then, yeah, just con save then.
Okay.
Con saving throw. Oh, I don't think I'll need the bardic inspiration then. With that.
Ooh, 24. Nice roll. Stun is end, but that is the end of your turn. Rounding through, now come to the command of Remar Luna. As they do, they begin to look at one which is restrained. Grabbing the advantage, the commander begins to run upwards. They come in for a series of strikes. First swing comes through, slicing another natural 20 from the commander. Could we give a little bit of a whoop for this old human here running through? Slicing
I
through
always
these-
liked him.
This is great.
Commander's
The
great.
commander's really coming out right now.
Yeah,
27. These rolls are insane. The commander doesn't even have the high modifiers. They're just rolling super high. 8 points of damage. They're going to come in for the third and final attack as they're coming through. The 14 is going to be a miss as they are breathing heavily. Going to come with the last one missing over the top. We almost have them. Continue pushing. Paladin begins to run over. Bye-bye, divine light. I will rid you from this world. They hold the great sword outwards and they come in for a swing. 28 slices through. They deal approximately 22 points of slashing and radiant damage, and they are attacking on another divine smite on this attack. As they slice into the back end of the mage, killing them, and the one blow, slicing through. During the wound with radiant damage, they stand upwards, looking from left to right. Where are you? My lord! Where are you? Through the bloodshed and the chaos. Not very perceptive, are they? Damn, you're up next.
I'm gonna hit him again.
Okay. I'm a swing! All right. So, because Costas here, in terms of the blur effect, I'm going to have the flank condition still be, because they're kind of surrounded. The mage at this point is looking directly towards Costas, rounding themselves around, getting the 10 there. They're going to fail their concentration. The blur effect has ended. Roll sneak. Getting the sneak attack off. Your attacks aim towards their neck, stabbing through the neck, coughing up blood. As they do, they begin to fall towards the knees, and they are dead. It's the end of combat.
Yeah.
So,
Very nice.
as we end combat, We come to the end there. You're looking around at the devastation of the magic that these individuals had thrown outwards, noting of how powerful this magic is, but how equally perhaps as powerful as all of you and the paladins. The bodies of the mages linger, Plague Doctor-like masks, kind of thrashed a little bit, splintered. The wall of force is still there. The Lord Paladins are there on the other side of the wall of force. Their swords have been raised and stacking up, gearing forth, ready to walk through and to aid in the fight. They have been unable. And as the seconds pass by, the wall of force simply gives way, as if whoever had cast it originally, one of those mages before teleporting out, has given up on their attempt. Paladins then steam in. For the sake of it, not going to drag the tokens down. Just a lot of paladins moving for no reason. It's just space. We can theater mind that they're here, storing in. At that point, the voice of Lord Thaunfalor speaks out loud. Still invisible.
It only lasts
Okay.
for a minute, so it would have faded with wall force.
Gotcha. They then appear. Victory is ours. By our might, we have slain the deceivers, and we have put to rest their evil. Paladins are filtering in, lay on hands are now being given, each and every one of you. You may put all of your health back to maximum as the lay on hands come through, healing everyone to full.
I would say Abdallah doesn't even pay attention to them. He's like looking, shifting through them.
I have been through a number of battles, but never have I ever been ambushed and desecrated in such a harmonious transaction. Our enemy moves in the shadows, and I apologize that they have attempted to attack us. In the company of all of you.
Pardon, my lord. I know that was stressful, but they were here for you. Why?
They are here for me because they move against me. They are the reckoning. They move against the Talthars. Their violent scourge has erupted countless times. First and second in their renditions. Cultists and fanatics that wish to push the death of the Talthars. They know I move to the war to the far south. The presence here is clear. They have allied with Damodar, the Master of Dragons. They must have taken their advantage and attacked me on the road, without the safety of the wards of Falor Keep. It is no consequence. The powers in their magic is not on the level of my divine might. Fortunately, with the aid of all of you, we defeated this threat without countless casualties. Looks towards the bodies of the scribes that have been incinerated from the fireball. May their spirits be put to rest. As they motion over to them, paladins begin to move through those that have been hit by the fireball, incinerated, most of their bodies in dire repair. or dire straits. Breathing in deep, look from left to right. We make way on the road. We will not stay any longer.
I must say, I recommend you carry a few more guards with you after this incident.
Approaches you. Sarcastus Morninglight. I appreciate your advice and your counsel. Hand onto your shoulder. Looks towards around to all of you. Till we meet again. Till we meet again. They begin to walk outwards. They vocalize to some of the paladins and also clerics that are amongst the ranks. Do what you can for those that are deceased. Commune with the spirits and see if they wish to be resurrected. Walk out of the keep, mounting themselves to horse. As clerics and paladins and others begin to flood into space, they also slightly begin to clear out as easily as they came in after lay on hands. Others, healers, clerics, those with the symbol of the sun tree adorned to themselves, perhaps not making appearance quite yet on the banner, now filtered here. They are individuals you have seen in Othema, the Sun Tree Cathedral, those have studied. They are providing to give aid to those that were hit by the fireball, the scribes, commune with the spirits, and see if they are wishing to be brought back to life. Commander Remar Luna approaches. Well, that was not the meaning that I had hoped for. I can surely tell you all that. You all did a mighty fine job. So much for your help.
Of course, Commander. Super urgent though. Do you happen to have a looking glass or a mirror, hand mirror, anywhere in the area?
I could find one, yes.
That would really appreciate it.
Someone give this one a hand mirror. Looking glass, anything? Some of the servants now making way from the upstairs downwards, looking towards you. Heeding the call, moving into one of the chambers, grabbing a mirror, hands it to you. They are also the one that were yelling outwards, perhaps for aid. There's an attack happening in the windows. They all now begin to filter themselves to various places inside of the chaos, and also outside of the keep.
Commander, I ask, since you had a large part in the battle, do you mind if we search the bodies and for anything valuable that might be of like, whether that be information or things of that nature?
You are more than welcome to investigate the bodies. The Lord Thaunfalor has spoken. This is the reckoning. You will find some magical items that might be of benefit to your party. It's perfectly up to you. Spoils go to the victor. We'll clean up this mess. I have met some of these reckoning before and battled them, or in the crusades of the Taltharis in the far south, aiding in the rebellion of others. I did not take pleasure in taking their lives. If I could, anyways. These ones are quite powerful. They have a range of skills, spells, magic. Some better than others. I was hoping that the daylight from this window would not hit me in the face as I stood up from my chair, but alas, it is right into my face. So I'm going to have to sit back down. One moment here, as I lower my desk back down. I was really hoping I could avoid some blood clots, but less, the sun really penetrating through this window. The reckoning. I don't know. I don't think they're evil like the Lord Downfall Lord says they are, but they clearly have their motives, and those motives moved against us. You all got caught in the middle of this. They were not here for you. They're clearly after the Lord Downfall Lord. You all were here. Humble adventures like yourself causing issues. I wouldn't even know you were here. This is months in planning. They are powerful. Magic unknown to me.
Yeah. I mean, clearly, if this is about us, they would have attacked us at any of the weeks that we've been here. It was clearly about the Lord, and it's not hard to miss. I mean, there's literally like thousands of people traveling with them.
Yeah, and we're not exactly hard people to target. I mean, we spend half our time in taverns and forests. If they want to kill us, they're a lot easier times than we're surrounded by paladins.
I'll carry on this conversation, and as I'm doing, I'm going to back up to Thea and clearly checking to see if I got any blood or dirt on the front of my uniform, and then have the mirror like face Thea so she can tell me if there's any dirt or blood on the back.
Yeah, I figured that's why you wanted it, and I'll check him for him.
Okay, so you're checking for you. There's, I would say you're pretty. I mean, I would from the fireball erupting. All things considered, you're relatively unscathed for you, but the clothes you've just purchased slightly on the back ends of where the fireball kind of came around. Those are in need of repair.
Hmm. I'm gonna make a face that clearly means something's wrong.
Son of a bitch! I'll be right back, and I'll toss her the mirror and walk out and go get another set of clothes.
I'm gonna
Exact
yell
same
out.
thing.
I'm gonna yell out to Felix that if it makes it any better, my mom's not in town.
I still go get them.
Okay.
Was that another 10 gold? What was it?
Well, to fix it, it's probably going to be less. Probably just like a couple gold. I'd probably say 2 or 3. Let's call it 2.
I'm not gonna
Just
fix it. I'll
for-
get a new set.
Are you going to get a whole
Exact same
new?
stuff.
All right.
Replace everything.
7 gold. They're going to give you the same price. Banner's still moving through at this stage, so throwing out your 7 gold
I
here.
tip them another 3 gold.
Another 3, you give them 10 gold. No worries there.
Oh my god.
I would say at this time, while this whole conversation was going, Abdallah wouldn't have been. He would have been listening and not so much though. He would try to unmask one of these followers. See anything he can find on them, value, noteworthy, anything simple as anything, tattoos.
Yeah,
Okay.
I would also like to make an investigation of the bodies.
Okay. So go ahead and make investigation checks for those that are wanting to do that.
With Sister Abdallah.
This
Seeing that they're doing that, I'm going to ask to step away from the commander to go help with Thea.
Okay.
Wait, so you're
you're
helping me? So
More
Yes,
than
I'm
welcome.
giving-
More than welcome to help out your companion.
Yeah,
No
help
worries.
action.
Okay, so I'll roll that again to see if I do better this time. I did. Thank you, Costas.
No problem.
I don't know what that roll is. I gotta roll an extra D4. I don't know what my max roll scattered. So 23. I don't know what I rolled on that D4. 3. 26.
Okay. So 26, these investigation checks are extremely high, and really it's to see if there's any tucked, hidden away items underneath these black robes, which are actually quite common. Plague Doctor-like masks seem to have no enchantments or runes on the other side of them. They're really just face coverings. These are regular humanoid species of variety. Humans, dwarfs, elves, right? Etc., etc. There is no commonality amongst them. You're looking underneath them and you find no clothes of nobility, clothes of commoner. They don't have anything upon them that would showcase that they are aligned or liege to anything or anyone. Just maybe some status of who they were. They each have a unique silver ring with a reddish gem inside of it. It seems to be inscribed with some runes of sorts. Could perhaps provide insight into what was protecting them, in addition to mage armor if they cast that spell. Some of them have arcane focuses of a variety. Typically, some casting that they were working with as if they were a wizard, or another as if they were a sorcerer, showcasing that they had a variety of different spells that they were throwing off, some of which had certain ones, others did not. And so they had different power levels and things that they were doing while they were fighting. The focus is, you look at them, and through these investigations, they come from different schools. And for this, I need history checks or arcana checks to see if you want to go further with these arcane focuses and the spellbooks that they have, figure out where they're from. Choice.
Should I also roll for this?
It depends if you want to continue through the the investigation work to see anything else more.
Yeah.
I'll help as well with this then.
Ugh.
D4.
You're helping me again?
Yeah, yeah.
Or who?
I mean,
I love the help. I love the help coming through.
Nope, same roll.
So, an Arcana check of 19. We have history check of 22. Obviously, 19 gets the +2 there. History of 7, right? So, these focuses, Istriel and Nathal, they really catch your attention. Your notable wizarding schools and other places of magic, particularly of those for the wizards who were maybe using these focuses, in addition to having spell books to the sides, with a smaller version of subset of spells, suggesting that they kind of have smaller kind of pocketbooks that they were using for particular set of spells that they would use in combat. Talking lightning bolt, fireball, cone of cold, chain lightning, those kind of things inside of these books. They come from wizarding schools of the Wizard's Keep, Zoomfear, Linlar, the Empyrean College, Houses of Elion. Variety.
Really a variety.
There is no unificating factor of any school. Some of the sorcerers have scales on their flesh, suggesting of draconic ancestry, mainly of red or gold.
fire.
They each have a very unique staff. This slender, hollow, dark blue polished metal staff, that gem crested into the mantle. This was the slight use of focus as well as the eminence of counterspell. Comes out to you, in terms of this, is a very powerful item that they were using. It might take some time to identify this staff, figure out its properties. Each one has one. They're able to be collected, if you so choose to.
Staffs.
Also throw off a detect magic.
Throwing off a detect magic, you can feel School of Abjuration emanating from the staffs. And you can feel the same School of Abjuration emanating from the rings, suggesting protection spells from, or orientation of that magic.
So yeah, we get a lot of magic items.
All right, we'll tell the group that we should let's collect the rings and the staffs. We can work on identifying them later.
Mm-hmm.
Just if there's no necromancy on it, right? It's true.
No, abjuration.
All right, so I think it's safe for you now.
Should we throw it in the bag so that they can't be tracked?
Sure, why not? But I feel like we've been investigating for a while. Dollar would just grab one. If it's true, we're talking there's no observation. We just grab one and cast identify, and we give it. just to see what type of staff this is. He wants to know what type of power these people hold.
Okay. Anything else in terms of investigating or just collecting the items up?
Did the coin that we received from Damodar have any symbol, or was it just an ordinary gold coin?
It was an ordinary gold coin.
And Damodar didn't carry any other symbols besides the twin dragons on his cloak.
That's correct.
Nothing, no hints of that, anything. Just same people that we saw when we were at the other tavern we saw last time.
Same disguises, yes.
I say we grab some of the like cloaks are common, right? Like the kind of everything besides the mask could be easily found, and even the mask isn't that hard to find.
There's no magic emanating from the mask or the
Yeah.
robe. It is just the ring, one ring that each of them had, and the one staff that each of them had.
No, but
Sure.
are they like just easily found throughout the world? The cloaks.
Yeah, like is it like custom order stuff that we could just walk in a clothes store and find? Like, or
The robe itself is of black cloth that has been stitched together with longer arms to drape downwards past the elbow to the wrist. They have cowls that can come over and droop downwards. There's no inscriptions, no insignias, and no tailor note to them. They are simply drabs to hide over what lies underneath.
Mhm.
You're more than welcome to collect them if that is your wish, and the mass as well. That is up to all of you.
Yeah,
I
I would
s-
take masks and a couple of the robes.
I think we should take all of them.
yeah, I
Yeah.
say we take at
Might
least the
come in
masks.
handy.
Maybe
It
not
might
the
come in.
robes, but like at least the masks.
Well,
We have a bag of holding. Why not just dump them all?
Yeah,
just take
it's weighs like nothing.
I'll look over to Istru. Odd request, but could you help me out real quick? Your sword is longer. Can you decapitate this one?
Decapitate.
I'd be
Uh,
happy to decapitate something if you.
Yeah. Yeah. I have questions. I'd rather ask in private.
Right. Yep. She'll put the sword down on the neck and then just flatten her boot on it.
And then I'll wrap my bedroll around the head and put it into the bag of holding.
Oh
Uh,
my gosh.
Sorry.
Wow.
Okay, wait a minute.
Yeah.
So,
He is
fuck.
staring at you.
It's
So-
not the same thing with the skull. It's I
I
have,
know. She stared at you then too.
I
I
love.
have questions.
I'm just imagining the look of the other paladins right now as we stripped these bodies naked and then took their heads.
Not
One
all.
head.
Just
One
just
head,
one.
singular.
Just one. Just one.
we just took their cloaks and their masks.
And if anything, I try to be very fast and efficient with it. Once Israel did the cut, I wrapped it up. You know, like yeah. Hey, we're the wayward ones. There's no saving face. I'm sorry.
Wow.
I'm gonna give a little.
Wow.
I'm gonna give them a little prayer to Paylor. Like, I know I don't have ceremony prepared right now, so I can't give them like an actual funeral rite. But can I give them like the closest thing without having ceremony prepared? Like just a little prayer to Paylor, just like forgive me for this, what my companion has done.
Forgive me. Yeah,
It's
so
something we should.
I
I
would
don't need forgiveness.
I don't know if you could also tell Athala. Didn't really seem like they were evil per se. More rounded up.
But I actually did volunteer to help.
Well, things are done already, and we've already died.
Oh,
Evil or not, we can find that out later on. That's why I asked him for this. I need to know more. We did, attack and ask questions later. So this is where it resorts to. So this is brutal, gruesome. I know, I understand. It's not the best way to handle things, but this is as far as we can go on. We have no information. This is first time we've been able to get close to these beings. So let's take this opportunity and take advantage of it. Let's gather information when we can.
It's efficient. Just something we should keep in mind because it's odds are likely we're going to encounter their type again.
Well, if they were mind controlled or something on that nature, and they were against their will, and they weren't evil, then they should be more than happy to give us information.
I think it was more like they were revolutionaries, from what I was understanding. Less mind controlled, more like
Brainwashed.
maybe not even brainwashed, just a bit of extreme or misled. But yeah,
Revolutionaries
actually, yeah,
tend to
misled might be the right word. Brainwashed might be the right word. Yeah, brain or like right cause, wrong methods, maybe.
revolutionaries tend to believe in something.
Yeah,
It
like that's the thing.
would be prudent to find out what it is.
Yeah, it seems like they,
Believe
at
in.
least from the way they were talking, it seems like they have like good motives. It's just they have the wrong way of getting it or something. I don't know. Again, they definitely have the wrong way of achieving their goals. But based on the way Remar was talking, it seems like they at least.
Well, enforcing, well, allying yourself with Damodar, who clearly is stating that he wants to, overthrow the power, the hierarchy, and destroy time itself. Yeah, those are very problematic causes and goals. So if that's what they're going by, I mean, I don't necessarily see them as squeaky clean. Maybe their goals aren't maybe aligned the correct way, or they're misguided, yes, correctly, but I feel like they do know they're doing something. And if not, then if we find out more, maybe they are, coerced in a certain way. But as far as my knowledge goes right now, these people seem like agents, sleeper spies or something, like just people who are just hiding in the shadows, waiting for Damodar to activate them and initiate his plan. Like what happened right now, we've
No, keep
been here
going.
for a
Sorry.
week. No, we've been here for a week and we had no idea. They were right under our noses.
Over the mental link, I will say to everyone that's here, yes, sleeper agents who know us as chosen on site.
That's a good point. Back to the tavern. I think we should probably conduct this conversation at the tavern. That's.
Yeah, I agree. So let's wrap up here. I think we caused enough mayhem for it today.
Yeah. Let's get back to our rooms where there's no one else besides us to continue
Sure.
talking.
Sounds great. Walking by it, we just look at Felix. Just- Did everyone see Felix's new outfit?
Yeah, he's
Mm.
really trying hard. I think I might need to buy some new clothes myself.
Quite dapper.
I mean, don't you see our outfits? I think we look pretty nice.
Oh,
They never got dirty throughout the whole fight. That's the upside.
You see, as Commander Rimar Luna has been speaking with notable individuals, servants, and things, giving instructions, other sorts of orders, letting you all take time to negotiate through the bodies. Now giving some orders to clean up those bodies, to get the keep and repair, noting on messengers and other folks to eventually leave. Outwards to find some artisans and other individuals to help kind of fix up some of the damage and destruction mages have done. Soldiers here kind of at front of the doors minding the business. They've also gotten more soldiers here inside of Fort Farron, soldiers that are now defending the keep, setting up a slight perimeter around as well, being noted, and also setting out to see if there's any more of these throughout the town. The banner and Lord Downfalor and the horses, those have kind of cleared out of the keep's grounds. They've gone to the road, and now they're getting the stagecoaches and the wagons hitched. Lord Downfalor is left. They're clearing out. They're getting on the road. They know another ambush is more difficult when they're on the move than when they're stationary. So a lot of that servants and those other people that I had described to you prior those are still the process outside of the wall as they're kind of making way. Now, some of the scribes have been revived in this time as they stayed the clerics of the century. They have come outwards. They have been resurrecting those that wished to be resurrected. Other spirits, after communing, said they did not want to bring those forward. They're now sending them home. So they're actually sending them back to Otheba, back to the keep, to communicate as messengers and envoys on behalf of the banner to Lady Daria what has happened here, the steward of the Frosthorn. In addition to perhaps send more aid on the war front to meet to Beholder for the banner, to aid the Lord Thalfalor in scribe and message and entourage. So this is all happening all around you. And for a moment here, you're actually feeling like the eyes are not upon you at all. So everyone's really in the motions of their own work here to try to get Lord Thalfalor out and get the keep secured, get the people buried or burned or however they're going to be given their rights in terms of that. So you all begin to head the direction of the Lumpenston Tavern here. The banner is still making way through, and they are on the tail end of that banner as they are making way. It's been over an hour or so after the conversation, getting to the keep, going through the shop and get to the keep, having a little bit of the dialogue and then the attack, right? And now finally leaving after your investigations. This is all taking time. Felix, you went back, got your outfit fixed and repaired. You got to see that the banner's kind of the tail end. Now seeing that there are two healers, two clerics, the individuals of the century. So that's just more of the same that you had notion of towards the keep. And now you have actual mercenary type folk. So there's actually Clan Alderfist dwarfs that have been conscripted. They're Fort Frostbeard soldiers. They have their own independent kind of clothing and other things that perhaps they maybe are just popping onto the banner to go fight in the war alongside with Thalfalor. But they're not actually fully enlisted soldiers that have been trained per se at the full might of the rest of this band. So with that, we're now going to kind of navigate over to the tavern, but we will go and take us a break. I know the combat went long. Sorry for the disruption in terms of the ore protection, other things. I'll be going through, hopefully work on that and try to fix that and stuff. Definitely making a flanking condition as well. That'd be helpful. Looks like I had one that seems to be working. So we're taking a break. We'll do 5 to 10 minutes or so people get drinks, use the bathroom and all of that. And then we'll finish off the session here for the last bit. Sound good?
Sounds good.
Yeah,
All
sounds
right.
good.
If you're watching stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. We will be back in 5 to 10 minutes, so 7:25 or 7:30 p.m. PDT. Thanks so much for watching. We'll see you in a bit. Bye. All right, welcome back. So much. We're going with our just last little bit there. Had an extra break. I got ants, so I figured that out. Anyways, didn't figure it out. So we're leaving the keep's grounds. We're heading on the road. We're heading back in the direction of the tavern. You're getting to the tail end of, like I said, the banner procession, which is already cleared out at this point. That's making way. The rain is falling down here with the overcast over top. So I'm going to create that medium rain effect here. And you're just heading back in the direction of the Lump and Stump Tavern. I'm going to go ahead and activate that map because it seems like people want to take some long rests in certain things here or just talk amongst themselves in the private and safety of Sanctuary. Going to go ahead and reflect the occupancy of the tavern, which is pretty cleared out at this point. People have kind of finished their breakfast, and now with the banner gone, there's no real reason to sit here and stay. So clear out some of those. Yadir is currently working on cleaning the bar counter from the individuals that came through here, making way that everything is spick and definitely clean and ready to go for the next round of customers for lunch. You all begin to stride, and as they do, they can look towards you. Completely unaware of what has transpired. Keep. You then all just proceed upstairs. I love it.
Yeah,
not even wanting to talk to Yadir right now.
Yonder, I think we're gonna have.
Every time.
We're gonna have a busy morning.
All right.
I had a question. Did so there were wizards and they have pocketbooks. Was that like their only semblance of a spell book, or?
That's exactly correct. It's as if they did not take their complete and total spell book. So you imagine that big book like that and certain things. They didn't even have backpacks. There was no goods of personal belongings of food or bedrolls or anything like that. They literally had just their clothes underneath their robes and whatever they needed to unleash their magic against. So they handpick spells in this engagement to take with them from their spell books to be able to recite what they as they use their magic.
Yeah, I would have said that most likely me or Esther would have picked up most of those notepads to see what was different in between them, or if they shared the same spells or anything.
Oh, just to see if the spell books were different amongst each other.
To see if they were like cohesive or anything.
Yeah, there's obviously simulators, some staple spells here amongst them, but some of which stand out to you as more powerful, considering the power word stun, the Aethel spell. It's one of the held by one of the characters.
Yeah, so definitely would have picked up these notepads and anything like that.
Okay.
So once we got into the rooms, I would have just laid everything in front of us. Vacation, right?
We had a good few days.
I never was a fan of crowds.
Well, let's look at these items. Looks like we got some good stuff.
Yeah.
All right.
Trying to pull us
Yeah,
up
the
on this map,
information a little later.
saying you all are kind of upstairs at that point. You're pulling out the items.
Yeah, and I'm gonna ritually cast identify on everything that we found.
Same. Let's double team it.
Nice.
Okay. Let me change that. That's a little bit small. Let's make it big, shall we? It's 120 big. Bam! That's a chest for you. All right, so you also see a chest in the map, hopefully. If not, you might have to toggle your newt's little icon here And then there should be a little bit of an hourglass like thing there to help you toggle on your notes display. But there should be a chest that you can actually click on the map relative to you. Be able to double click that chest. Upon that, if you have any ownership permissions, these are the items that you could have collected of note that you said you wanted to take with you. After identification comes through, the rings are of ring +1, so they have a +1 to the ability saves as well as to AC. And then they have Staff of Warding here. The Staff of Warding is a relatively powerful item in terms of its rarity. It is a rare item. It has a +1 bonus to all saving throws in just by holding. You have to wield the staff to get that equip it at the time. The staff has 6 charges, can use to field the spells within it. You have to have the spell on your class spell list. So you have to have some inclination of your class to be able to cast it. Shield 1 charge, counterspell 3 charge, and Glyph of Warding 6 charges, which is all the charge. Recovers 1d4 +1 expense charge each day at dawn. And if you spend the staff's last charge, the staff disintegrates and destroyed. So this makes a lot of sense. They're throwing off a good number of shield spells. They're throwing off a lot of counter spells. And this is the device that they were using to do so.
I don't have any of those spells, but I can take them all through Bird Magical Secrets. Would I be able to use it or no?
Yeah, so we have a bard in this morning, the morning group, today, actually. They have the same question. They actually have one of these staffs, too. And they're like, well, I have magical secrets. Could I potentially get that? And I made a ruling that said if you took magical secrets to elaborate your spell list, that you would be able to use the spells on this item. And I just simply said you had to have that feature magical secrets. Not that you took the spells particularly, but just having magical secrets already. So that broadens the spell list.
Cool. And there's 7 of each of these?
There is 7 of them. Each of these mages had one. You were defeated 7 of them, 2 in the north, 2 on the south, and 2 to the west, and 1 of which the east, and the one which is a total of 8. That last mage was not there. Obviously, then we cast the Wall of Force, that invisible barrier, that shimmering like effect that blocked passage to the paladins from coming in, and they had disappeared. You're able to request those items. Upon request, I will hit accept, and they'll bring them into your inventory.
I think we each take 1 of everything.
No, I mean, I can't do anything with the staff. I literally can't. So it stays there as like a backup for Felix if one runs out.
Yeah, they can't destroy us.
I will take a ring, though.
You may take a ring. Remember, if you take, you can wear 2 rings, right? 2 slots of rings. These rings do not require 2. We're on the new crafting. So you actually can take 2 of these, but make sure if you're taking 2, take 1 at a time. So that way because they will try to stack up on themselves, and that becomes difficult in terms of putting them onto yourself. So just note that. But you can potentially divide these up after everyone gets one. If someone will want to stack up a little bit.
Wait, you can stack
Yeah,
these.
let's find out what our base AC is after everybody gets one.
Yeah.
They don't require 2, and so after taking that, I'm at 17.
Yeah, after taking that, I'll be at 19.
Same here.
Well, I'm at 16, but with plates on, I'll be at 21.
Let's the rank be 22.
I'm gonna take a second ring and put myself at 18 because it'll still be the lowest of everybody in the group.
What does Dirty Joe have?
Dirty Joe, let's see here. Dirty Joe has 18 right now without any rings whatsoever. So they'll be going up to 19 with 1 of the rings. And I'm actually going to transfer that over to them now. Felix takes 1 of those. Let me go ahead and get this over to Joe.
Is Felix serious about taking 2? Because I can offer mines.
Well, there's
Not
7, right?
And
And I take 2. That brings me up to 18, which I still think is the lowest in the group.
Yeah, there'll be 1 more. Right, 1 more after everyone has one. Felix doubles up.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. So it'll be.
No, that count's not right. There's 7 total, right?
Yeah.
We have 6 in the group. I take a second one. That's 7.
Oh, so who didn't take one then?
Yeah. No. There's 1 extra. There'll be 1 extra because there's 6 in our
Oh,
group.
I thought there were 7 and 8.
No. There's 6 in a group, and then we have 1 extra. So if Felix serious about taking one, he can't. So it's fine. Everybody will have 1. If Felix will have 2. And then it'll be Ishtar being the lowest, but still having Blade Song, and then followed up by Felix. Which is a good average. Everyone has 19, 18 AC around there.
Is the staff of
These
warding one-handed?
staffs recharge, right?
They do.
Yeah.
If nobody else is capable of using them, then I would actually say when we get to a next major city that can purchase them, reselling them. Because they require attunement. I don't know anybody's going to attune to more than one of these.
Yeah, I think that's pretty good. One follow up question just to be sure. DM, if we dismantle instead of gaining recipes as well, do you gain the materials used inside the crafting?
Nope.
Okay.
No. So you just learn the recipe for that item.
All right, understand. Yeah, so reselling is best bet.
And you
All right, does
and you
somebody
do
wanna
get some
take those hold on
value.
to 'em?
Yeah, you do get some value. And if you're going to take him to hold on to him, I can't put him in the treasury, the actual group sheet. That was
Yeah,
one
that's what I would say. Put everything in the treasury, just so we're not.
I'm gonna have
carrying-
one for me. I'm not gonna tune to it right now, but if I just have the option to tune to it in certain fights that might come up.
Mm-hmm. I think all our spellcasters should take one. Costas, if you want one, that's for sure.
I can use it, actually. I think I have all the spells on the list.
Oh, all right.
Then take one.
Yeah, so I took one. That's yeah, shield and counterspell. I have both of them. So
The remaining staffs, then we would put in the treasury to
Let's go
either
forward.
deconstruct or sell at our convenience.
Okay.
Mm.
So let me get, because we're having a little bit towards the rings. So there was 7 total rings, and there's 6 party members. So so one person didn't take 1 ring, right?
No, I think everyone has a ring.
Oh,
I took one.
okay. So
Yeah,
I
feel
took
like-
2.
feel like
Everybody else
you-
took 1.
so why is
It
there
might
one?
not have deducted it
le-
if you added it
may-
to Joe.
Maybe so. Okay, let me go ahead and remove the thing because I want to make sure. All right, just want to make sure before I remove the thing. Might
I
have
will
not just
say, if
deducted
we're
it.
looking for who could double up, then well, you know what? Actually, I'll just make myself armor or something if I need to raise my
only
AC.
one person can double up because 6 of
Yeah.
you getting rings, and then there's 1 extra afterwards. It's just all separate. So I
And
just wanted to be
that'll be
clarified.
That'll be Felix, so that he gets closer to everybody else's
Yeah.
AC.
Okay, just to be sure. So I just want to make that. So yeah, Dirty Joe's got a ring. All good. I'll put the 4 staffs here. So 3 staffs have been taken, correct?
Yeah. I
Or
think-
staffs, because it's real, right? Just taking
Yeah,
one of
I got
those.
one.
So yeah,
so there's 4 extra staffs. Pocketing those. Now the robes and the masks. Are we taking the rest of those?
Yes, put them in the bag of holding.
yeah. We
I
might need
will-
them in the future.
Transfer them over to the treasury sheet here.
Um,
That is the remainder of the magical items.
how do you see what you're attuned to on this thing?
On your character sheet, your attunement will have like this little symbol that looks like a sun next to it, and it will say that you're attuned to it.
It should be in your inventory.
Yeah.
I only see attunement required. Okay, so I assume I just have nothing I'm attuned to then.
At
Okay.
the bottom of your inventory, you should see a little sun, and it should say 0 out of 3 if you're not attuned to anything. On your
Got it. Okay.
character sheet, I can see 0 to 3. You're not attuned to.
Yeah. So is the yeah, staff of warding is a
Staff of Warding requires attunement, correct?
no, yeah, I was checking. It's a versatile weapon, so you can wield it one-handed if I want to. That's fine.
That's correct.
It just means if you couldn't wield a shield at the same time unless you're using that as a weapon, the staff. You could do like staff and warhammer or shield and staff or
Yeah, staff and warhammer is a fun combo. There's a lot of interesting combos that. Yeah.
Okay. So after we get these items put away, one of the things that's very interesting about the staffs is they actually kind of fold up on themselves. So the identification and working through the staffs as well. You notice that they actually can be kind of contracted back just where the mantle and the orb is, and that metalwork can kind of extend outwards in a very magical sense. And it's very similar to how they kind of poured it in. They kind of maybe threw their things as they were coming through their spheres to deploy them outwards, spike into the ground, and elongate them for casting. So they actually are pretty compact. Might make sense of how they didn't have backpacks and they stay pretty light in the way they move, and how they where they come from. So we're here upstairs in our rooms. We're taking some time through this, the actual identification, through the understanding of these items. And in addition to that, Othal, you said you wanted to take a long rest to try to eventually speak with the decapitated head of one of them, right? So we're now at a little bit of downtime, I suppose, if we're going to be waiting for Othala to rest up and go to that. So you all can, of course, roleplay amongst yourselves about what's happened during that time. But if not, we'll just go ahead and advance to the next player, what they want to accomplish.
Yeah. Anna, are Thea and Felix still sharing a room? We did when we first came here. I'm not sure if that would get
Yeah.
going or.
That's fine.
So yeah, two rooms provided. In terms of space and things, I'm assuming that you're all kind of in one room at that point, just to divvy up the items and things. You can always separate yourselves out between the two rooms if you wish.
Yeah. I don't think Felix would make a show of it, but eventually, when Thea and Felix went to another room for a minute.
Mhm.
I don't think she's coming.
I don't think so either. She has a important job to do.
I guess. Got this new outfit for nothing, huh?
You got it for yourself.
That's a good point. How does it look? Kind of like pose in the sunlight.
You look fabulous, Felix.
Thank you. Got you something. And I will toss her the spyglass.
I'll catch it.
I know you're
What's
always
this
keeping an eye out. Hopefully this will help you out.
Thank you. I mean that.
You're welcome.
Okay.
That's it.
All
You-
right.
Actually, can we continue?
Yeah, absolutely.
You hear a lot of stories, right, Felix?
Time to time.
You ever hear any stories about somebody called the Hawk?
DM.
Have you, sir? Have you heard of anybody called the Hawk? No, I've not heard of anybody.
No. There was one guy who was caught singing to Zeus. Thought he was a bird touching the head, but that's the only thing I've heard.
Well, not the Hawk I'm looking for. You hear anything, though? Let me know.
Yeah, of course. You let me know if I'm prying, but what? Who is this person?
Thea stares at you for what feels like too long.
I mean, I know I look good, but
My brother. And I'll leave the room. Go downstairs. Get a drink.
okay, yeah. And then once she leaves, I didn't have any follow-up questions. That was super informative. Thank you.
That is great.
I will write into my journal on my list of things to get to people, and under Thea, it will say her brother, Hawk.
Like a Christmas present.
Oh, yes, please present me with his head.
You didn't tell me that, so
Okay, demented Christmas present.
So after that, learning, I don't think we actually, Thea, did you
It's
say that your brother was hot?
that's
Because I have a different name.
that's in my
Oh,
my
for-
thing.
yeah. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
So after that, you go downstairs. Yadir, chipper than ever, able to pour you a nice stiff drink to your liking, free of charge. Whispers other things from the banner, perhaps reaching out that something happened to the king, noting that you might have some involvement with that. But Yadir doesn't pry, doesn't care, and then serves you a beautiful slice of almost like this berry cheesecake thing they've made this humble morning that wasn't really taken. Huh? Okay, honey. They take a berry cheesecake of sorts towards you, hand it towards me. Light a little bit of a sparkler thing on top of the cheesecake. Yeah, I thought they'd be here longer, but me deal with it. Now you. That right now. I'll go. Enjoy. Now, the rest of you all, making space and time, we can have the questions here with the dead, if we wish, at the end of this. Unless if something else is anything they want to touch upon. Thing of note. Okay. We'll go ahead and fast track time here, getting towards the end of this day for the long rest. We'll put in the afternoon, the 8 hours or so. And at that point, we'll go ahead and say that you can change preparation with all and activate that casting. Are you doing this up in the room?
Yeah, I would do it away from properties. So it's the curtain and it's now shutters, whatever. So I would also call party into the room as well.
Okay, so you're going to call the party into the room as well?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Thea, where are you at? Are you still downstairs drinking after all these hours, or are you still
No,
downstairs?
I would have had like a couple of drinks, scanned the crowd that was coming in and out, and then gone back up to the rooms because I knew Othello was planning something.
Gotcha. Okay. Awesome. Thanks for sending me that. I did not put the for some reason I didn't put the actual nicknames into my notes, so it's actually extremely helpful. Thanks.
So, some of them didn't have them, and then I figured
Oh,
I'd
you
send you
added
the
them.
seated list.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Cool. So heading upstairs back to the room. What spell are you casting with all?
I'm going to cast Speak with Dead. But before I do that, I would have told the party we have 6 questions. Was it 6 or 3? Dead. 5? 5. In between. All right. So I'll just tell them we have 5 questions we can ask. Is there anything anyone has on the top of their mind?
Well, I think the obvious one to get out of the way is why they wanted to kill the Lord.
Why did they join forces with Damodar?
whether it's safe where it is.
Mm.
Say
Banana,
that probably the
banana.
last one.
I feel like a cabbage person.
Just as a precaution, Mr. Othala, we are going to be interviewing this thing. It is possible that Douchewaffle has contingencies in place to be warded against certain things. I know we like to normally do things as a group, but maybe just one or two of us are in the room and the rest of us are outside.
Okay. I like that, but I was more suggest that we kind of hold our stones and, you know, with caution maybe, and the ones without stones, the extra ones that we have, just to be safe, you know, it's divination. But if we feel safer stepping out, then yeah, I'm more than happy to.
I'm not so worried about divination. I just, I've heard, stories of. I mean, you probably know better than I do. Contingencies that can be in place to counteract certain things, and
Yeah.
things can be trapped.
Yeah. Okay. Make me less nervous about this. Yeah. So I think I'll stay here. If anyone who's not, I think more or less it'd probably be something to do with the mind than the body. It's a contingency upon that level of attack. Um, if anyone feels intelligently inclined to stay, yeah, for it.
That's the second part of it is, and don't think that I think you're expendable in any way, Mr. Costas, but I think you also grant a level of protection. So maybe
Oh
we should
no, I
observe
am
Mr.
totally
Othala.
staying. You would have to pull me out of this room.
Well, it's a little weird. I mean, it's a dead body. You can't consent, but
No,
maybe.
no. I'm just saying, my friend is in danger. I am not leaving him alone with
I've heard of paladins that do weirder things. It's okay. I don't know judgment
Oh
here,
my.
but
Ah,
Appreciate the
Felix, one
process.
day oh, okay. Uh, Michael, can we say that while Othello was taking his long rest, I attuned with the staff? So
Sure.
it seems, it
Sure.
seems like something.
Yeah, I think that's great. You really giving into the meme post in the chat there. I never have. Paladin, holy and righteous, holding a wicked and cruel staff used by the very mages to try to kill their lord. You're really fitting the bill, my man. It's all good. Yeah, you can tune to it. That's fine.
Items aren't evil, man. Items are
Items
just used
are
for evil.
That's right. That is
It's,
right.
Unless they're actually cursed, in which case you got some magic shit to do to it.
I mean, Felix did touch that weird axe in the middle of
Yeah,
the
yeah. In
road.
which case, like
Huh.
that item is actually evil. But like, you know what I mean. In most cases, items are not actually evil. They're just used for evil, but they can solicit evil, which is in that case, there's a whole. That's a whole conversation. That's
So, is anybody else attempting to attune to the staff?
Othello would.
Yeah.
Okay. So, as you begin to attune to the staffs, there is a slight connection and a tingle within the hands.
okay.
Yeah, we're
Just like more for me there?
You're just like
No.
it tingles in your hands. It's just like
I'm just giving you what you said. So I can't give you any more than that.
yeah.
Yep.
Do I know how many charges it has, or like?
I'm not going to go through each staff of the particular charges because when I transfer ownership, it tends to refresh the item. Just know that the majority of the staffs are below 10%. I mean, they have one charge or zero charges in terms of or one. I should say two charges or one charge. We're never going to zero. So that's what I had in the actual NPC sheets. That's what the staffs were showcasing. In addition, the staffs need a little bit of configurement because they're configured particularly for the NPC sheet. It looks like they kind of bugged out with sheets, which is not a problem. We'll just have to come to that one during the week. So yeah, you're able to attune to them and get that sensation of feeling, which is rather odd, stands out, and just part of the process of attunement for the items.
Right. So we're gonna ask why they were after Lord Daltalor, why they were doing Damodar. How about maybe what Damodar is planning? What's the next step? Um, anyone opposed to seeking if these people do know about the Tinkerer, or should we ask different questions?
I think we should. I think maybe we ask the first two questions. Then is it possible like leave the room and then come back in after the first two questions to ask the third? Based on the first two.
Last a few minutes, so I don't think we have much time, but we can cut
So
out as long as I believe as long as I don't speak, it won't really know anything. As long as I don't ask another question, here's what it's about.
we have the mental link. We could like mentally discuss possible questions while we wait for it.
Magic is if you use more divine powers, mine's is more arcane. I don't know if thoughts count as question for you, so I don't want to take the risk.
Perhaps another question we can ask is, well, this group called the Reckoning. Maybe they have their own leader. Maybe there's a way to contact them.
Well, pretty sure we feel Israel and what we know about the Reckoning. I'm pretty sure Damodar is, or they're working with cultists for Bane, and Damodar is in leagues with them.
What
That's for sure.
about we go off of because they have to answer our questions honestly, right? Like from
Okay.
they have
Yeah.
to.
Well,
So
no, they don't have to answer
No.
truthfully. They can answer whatever they feel like.
If you are hostile to it or it recognizes you as an enemy, it can actually answer what it will.
Yeah, but I'm gonna take precautions. I have a game plan. As long as people stand behind the head and doesn't see anybody but me, I'm gonna do something. So,
okay.
Well,
But
we have the mask and robes.
that is true. Couldn't do so.
because what I was thinking is that we could come if you believe that there again because we are going to be getting new information from it. If you believe there's like a new question that you think because again we are going to be getting a lot of new information from it. If you get like to the third question and you think there's something better, just go with that. If not, maybe what information do you believe would be most useful to us? Maybe something like that, because again, if they have to answer honestly, it might know something that we don't even know it knows, or like about a situation.
It doesn't have to answer us honestly. Even if I seem as like a friendly creature, it
It
can
does,
still
yeah.
answer.
It can use brief, cryptic, or repetitive answers. It's going to give you what it's
Yeah.
going to give
You know, I feel like we might be an analysis paralysis. Why don't you just go ahead with it, Athala, ask some questions, and then you improvise as you go through. I trust you to handle it.
Whoever's staying in the room, stay in the room. Whoever's leaving, leave. I'm going to don the play doctor mask and the robes, and then I'm going to cast intellect fortress on myself. So I think that can work, right? Yeah, it's not concentration. Okay, so yeah, intellect fortress on myself.
Okay.
Um,
I step out of the room.
I'll usher whoever stays into the room to get behind the head and I'll point it towards me. And then I'll cast Speak with Death.
I've also stepped out of the room.
Okay. So, casting Speak with Dead, setting out different sorts of incense around the head, begin to invoke necromantic energy around it. The head, this one particularly of a human, slight half elf in terms of the ears, greenish eyes, and a tanner complexion with black to purplish hair streaked through. Looks towards you with eyes of white now, gasping for air, but no air. Just stares.
Sorry for disturbing your peace, wherever that may be. I have a couple questions. What were you doing going after Lord Dalafaru?
To kill them.
Why?
Or their allegiance to the Talthars.
Why are you working with Damodar?
To bring about a new age of magic.
True. And sacred question into mine. Who is the leader of the Reckoning?
There is no leader. That is a question that the Reckoning would never ask. I stare at you.
Yes, Jiro. I'll more give a look to whoever, I guess, Israel and Faustus. More like anything else. Like this is really dry.
If you don't have anything else, maybe one could be just for inquisitive purposes. How does one go about joining the reckoning?
That's pretty good.
The eyes look.
About joining this group.
You must wield great power. That which you do not have. Stares at you. Cloud of the eyes begin to move slightly. Purple, pink hue. Tackle. Just slight. The voice speaks. Not of its own. Someone else. I see you have foiled my attempt. Voice of Damodar.
Wasn't too difficult.
I didn't think it was.
It's this new age that everyone keeps speaking of.
The new age
magic.
of free magic. will come about with the destruction of the Talthars. They will be rid. The land will be brought anew. Lord Thalon Flor, their sister, was married to King Reldor Talthar. Did you know that? And did you know the Queen is dead? See as the hair is falling out of the head. The hair is falling out of the head. There is a slight tattoo at the top of the skull in the back. Ward of sorts. Slightly aglow.
No. Everything you're doing, everything you're planning. It's funny to think that you were once chosen.
It's as funny as if you think you know what that means. But don't worry. No matter what you do and what your actions lead to, I will always be victorious. See as the sizzling and the cackling seems to end. The ward of the back of the head is a lost of glow. The eyes flutter black to a cloudiness, or blood begins to seep from the ears and the eyes. Black sludge begins to pour from the ears.
We'll be sinking down now. We'll be sinking.
Okay. So that, we're going to go ahead and end the session. You got 4 of the questions slightly answered. Perhaps there was some sort of trigger here when the actual spirit might have recognized you as a hostile, given your actual question. Something that their minds may have been well tapped and trained to respond. There's no leader. Maybe a mantra of sorts. So, as we finish out the session, we have experience points to award. We go ahead and calculate those outwards towards all of you. Now, something to note is that in a physical manifestation, Damodar did not appear physically. This was just simply the voice through the deceased head. It might not even have been vision emanating from Damodar's perspective. So, this dialogue and this conversation, in terms of insight and understanding what they were saying, is strewing confidence. And some along the lines of almost as if this was fated. This was supposed to happen this way. It was unclear. You had no body language to work off of. You were still reeling about what has happened in the keep. Okay. So, as you back away from the head, you wait, pause perhaps. No teleportation into space. No emergence. Nothing. Calculate some experience points for you all. Get those posted in chat here. If you want to continue the roleplay a little bit amongst yourselves, you can. I think it's a pretty good stopping point, like where you all reconvene for those outside and come into the room and speak. Pause the ambiance here so we have no rain over top, even though I love the rain on the roof. It's such a peaceful thing. I can listen to that literally all day. I'm sure some of you probably have turned down the playlist and the music. It's not fully in control of some of the volumes. It's dealing with active effects and other things. Give me one moment to say add up the experience points that I calculated.
Decapitated head told me I don't have enough power.
Very. I was like, that was rude, unnecessary.
Right? Just say I can't join your group, man. I can't join the club. That's it.
Like
I mean,
saying you're not
honest.
cool enough.
Was it what power? But what power was it referring to though? Was it?
I
referring-
know.
Exactly. Was it but your arcane ability? Was it your will? Was it your morals? Like what was it referring to?
I'm speculating on what I still found in Freemar's spellbook. I'm still lost on how
I mean, it couldn't be an
they
arcane
know
ability.
cr-
Which seems
they know chronergy magic. It's a rare form of magic that only like I've seen Magello use this like host like campaign. So it's intriguing and weird.
Michael, I did have a question, which is when we searched them, did we gather materials like crafting materials or?
Yeah. So I love David's. David said, "Bob, yep, there it is. It's coming in, baby." So that's kind of a conversation that we can have. That's why I was asking, do you look for anything else? Are you taking anything else? I was really just going through the level. If you're going to harvest them, that's in level of dismantling the spell books that you found and grabbing the case of reagents from them, right? So, but your party decided to take the spell books intact. So now we're saying the harvestable things on these things, there wouldn't be anything at that point because what you would get for the actual reagents or to potentially make more spell scrolls or other magical things that relate to that creature material have been kept by your party in the form of those spells. Right? Does that make sense? That's why I didn't really press. I didn't really press it at that point because they were wanting to kind of take what they could get in that extent and what would relate.
Yeah, because I was curious because I didn't like see anything that's like seemed obviously like a spell like a material for crafting. So I was like, does it like automatically like? Because you weren't like they seem to have like mithril pocket watches or something. So I'm like,
Okay.
Yeah.
No, they didn't have mithril pocket watches. So you have 1,524 experience each, put you at 76,775 experience total. One of the things is that Lord Thal and Falor, Midri Marluna, the paladins of Falor, they are extremely powerful. And like mine too, you all happen to be there and made that fight that much more on the side of favor. Perhaps it was an equal balanced fight, but you all kind of tip the scales of that. You're equally awarded that experience points in the same way your allies were awarded those experience points for the fight. In addition, these mages had a range of different spells. They also have different CRs and that sort of thing as well, and how I calculate experience points. So you all have the spoils though, which is one of the cool things about this fight, particularly, is just getting the magical items underneath these casters, as well as taking that extra step to get the head and asking questions. Even though the questions didn't lead to whole profitable, different, these profitable answers, I would say, but they definitely added more into the level of detail that these mages are going through, maybe to conceal themselves or even just the steps. So, anyways, if you're watching the stream this much, we really appreciate it. Hopefully, you join us next week, Saturdays at 4 p.m. PDT for our next session, and we will hopefully see you then. So, thank you so much. Bye.
Bye bye.
Yeah.
Bye.